There can be the odd mistake in the program, but generally ponies hit their prime as teenagers, literally in their teens. So you'll see lots of ponies of that age, and there'll definitely be ponies that are in their 20s that are highly competitive. See a beautiful Palomino walking down the side there. And if you so the first three not arriving. Number 4 is going to be Kiera Madison McFarlane on Haven Keegan. This is a 20-year-old. The horse, that is. Beach Haven was the breeding effort of Diane Snodgrass and R.V. Boertis. It was situated just south of Port Elizabeth, and a actually small stud that did very well. Great attention was paid to the bloodlines, and hence some very nice horses produced, and ponies. So we're looking at number 4, Haven Keegan, Kiera Madison McFarlane. And if you think there's a fairly complicated bridle on this horse's head, you're seeing the use of a combination hackamore bit. The idea is to keep the horse as comfortable as possible, but as controllable as possible. Some of these ponies are feisty. We would refer to that as a hackamore bit combination. And we'll just watch as she goes round and shows out the layout of this track. Turns like that have been a feature of Brett Weber's building. And if you have some consecutive turns, that can cause the rider to lose rhythm. Combination away from the gate now. And the pony jumps in and ducks out. That's 4 penalties, and of course they're going to incur time penalties, so that's a little expensive. A better ride, and it sees them safely through. Two-stride double, and 2 strides can be so trappy. Things can go right or wrong in a blink of an eye. But Kiera Madison settling into everything. I presume she'll be thinking to herself, eight jumping penalties, 3 time penalties, so total of 11. But she finished very positively. Now, here comes a star of the future, number 5, Jamie Riley, daughter of Nicola Syme Riley. She's riding Legacy's King Arthur's Gold. Not tricky to understand why the pony was named like this. There's really beautiful Palomino coloring. This is an 18-year-old stallion by Legacy's King Arthur, and was bred at the Veldtmar stud, a Hanoverian stud situated just south of Johannesburg. Beautiful pony. And Jamie is shaping into truly a mini professional. So if we're lucky and she's on form, this will be a demonstration round. So late adjustment, She puts the pony wrong, and the pony stops. Gives a little tap behind her leg with her whip to get its attention. And definitely not on form, Legacy King Arthur's Gold. Out they go. Elimination for the 2 stops. Now Jamie's going to jump one more jump. She has to have already jumped that jump if she's going to present it an article, just so to finish on a positive note. You might have heard in the background the announcer on the showgrounds say that this is the first of the contenders for the President's Title Trophy. Number 6, Miane Stain, Chrysalis Donatello, an 8-year-old gelding. No breeding published. Some of these ponies are bred on farms and discovered by talent spotters or picked up by riding schools and then produced. So we're into the competition proper now. Eight is young for a pony to be at this level. Go down here. That was where the problem was. 5 strides to that vertical over the water tray. Super round so far. Here's the 2-stride double. In fact, that's a treble combination. Apologies. Six strides from jump number 7 to number 8. And 6 strides to that last rustic. Miane had a big kick over the second to last fence, so she finishes on 4 penalties. And if she's lucky, that'll keep her in contention. Now we go to number 7, Catherine Lowe, Cornerstone's Black Arrow. And we were talking earlier about Anton Hook, and he's the owner, proprietor, coach at Cornerstones. This is a 16-year-old gelding of unknown breeding called Black Arrow. This could be a small thoroughbred. There are plenty of them that make wonderful, useful children's competition ponies. Catherine looking for her gear and her rhythm. Long striding Scopy pony, a very nice pony. And Catherine misses to that vertical. The pony puts in an extra stride, carries the pole with it, and tips her onto its neck. She's got to come around and approach that fence. So, of course, for And it'll stop there. And elimination. So not a form morning at all for Catherine. Number 8 is Charlotte Kelce, Bling, a 13-year-old. This is a gelding, and he's by Gilroy Golden Logan out of a mare by Noortrack Excalibur. Happily, there are some pony breeders. It's a real passion to breed ponies because it's expensive. And I think in the beginning, they don't sell well. These top ponies are very expensive and very valuable. But it's a labor of love to breed ponies, and we could always use more pony breeders and more ponies. So obviously, this is the starting point or the nursery for our riders of the future. We'll be starting to expect these higher qualifiers to deliver us our clear. Strongest round so far is a 4-penalty round from the lower qualifiers. Now let's enjoy Charlotte. She's tight in the saddle, tight lower leg, neat, good control of her upper body. And the horse in rather a nice bit. It's in a plastic or nath gag. That puts a little bit of pressure on the pole into the corners of the mouth and bars of the gums, so it spreads the load of control in a very positive way. She gets a deep distance there. Let's see how this deals with that very well. Good correction. Six strides there. She's very close to a clear round. And that looks like it. Your first clear round. Bling. Charlotte Kelce. So Charlotte Kelce sitting on 14.28. Number 9 will be Miane Stain again. She's just come out of the arena, so there could be a small delay. She's on Cornerstone's Magic. The number of times you're hearing the name Cornerstone gives you an idea of Anton's strong standing on the pony scene. This is ideal weather for show jumping. It's cool. There's enough light so the visibility is good. And the horses definitely, and ponies definitely prefer it when it's cool like this. Hot days sap the energy of the, no doubt, horses and riders.
So who will the next two go? You prefer the second at the right? It'll be Cornerstone Magic. Give him a moment to swap on the other break, but this is the challenge and we appreciate all the efforts. We are aware there are some variety of multiples, and we're aware there are very quick changes going on. We are grateful, thank you very much. And she tried to be
that was really a quick recovery. Riders are allowed 5 minutes to change horses. Should have warmed up both of them before the class and then swap very efficiently from one to the other. So this would be typical of the kind of pony that a man like Anton Hook finds on farms or on the plots around in Gauteng. Going in a commonly popular bit, a little Dutch gag. And a good jump does magic possess, as you saw. That's a great example of how the turns cause the riders to lose rhythm, and they might stand off a fence or get too close and then have the pole down. Super 5 strides from the double to the water tray. So at this stage, just the one clear round from Bling. Treble combination, 2 strides, then 1 stride. Mione being very positive. Clears that rustic oxer. So the poles that have a single color or a plain color are often harder to clear. So 4 penalties. 2 riders on 4 penalties. So in this third leg, they are on a score of 16.96. Felicity Theunissen, who won 2 classes in the junior classes here earlier this week. And she's having her final pony riding days. Felicity's riding Coco Chanel, trained by Ronnie Lawrence, and she's based in the Kalami area. Strongly hoping for a good clear here. That's verticals put there to do exactly that. They get short round the turn. It's not a long run in, and the horses touch it down. Coco Chanel not on form, so a little stop away from the gate there. But as you see, Felicity getting tall now for Coco Chanel, and she'll be moved on to another smaller, younger child rider, and she'll do her wonderful work there, producing a rider again. So many of these ponies have produced multiple riders, and ponies are worth their weight in gold, literally and figuratively, in the lesson that they teach the kids. Now on 2 poles down and a stop, so time penalties will be an expensive round for Felicity. But Felicity, her parents, Jason and Chrysa, building her a very nice string in juniors, And there's no doubt she's going to be a force to be reckoned with. She is a force to be reckoned with already. And finishing positively. 12 and 8, a total of 20. Coco Chanel. It's quite hard to acquire a pony like Coco Chanel. All the parents are in touch with each other, and the coaches, and what they do is they'll pre-book a pony. So while one rider's riding it, some coach or parent will spot it and say, at the end of the year or next year, please can I buy that? And it's quite difficult to get on the queue. Now we have Cornerstone's mighty warrior, Logan Hook, a 15-year-old gelding. Hasn't number 2, which looks so innocuous, caused trouble? It's fallen, and they're causing a stop for Logan. Logan turning into a strong rider. His dad is tall. I'm sure he's going to be a tall boy. And in riding strongly because of the stop, there goes a pole down. So we're on 8 penalties. There'll be time to follow. So given the paucity of clears, it gives you an idea that Brett has pitched this competition at the top of these ponies' ability and the top of the children riders' abilities. And he got going by the end of the track. It finished very nicely. So at the end of the first round, of this final leg, he's on 18 penalties. Okay. One clear. That was from Charlotte Kelce at number 8. We don't have to worry about Logan Hook. It not happening for him. He's back with another ride. Small delay while we wait for the next rider. And you see the grey pony entering the arena. Anouk van Vieren, Chrysalis Silver Feather. And we're at the business end of the competition now with Anouk van Vieren. You see her go round and and she clears that somewhat pesky jump number 2, the Hollard vertical. Smooth, poised young lady, keeping everything very tight. Touches the middle of the treble but leaves it up. 2 strides so often trickier than 1 in a combination. The horses can lengthen a little more. And a late adjustment. She asked for an extra stride late, and the pony declines to jump it from that speed and pace. It's a big oxer, that. It'll have the children rider's eyes wide open and big. So this is shaping very differently, just the 1 clear round in this competition this far. And the change of scores and eliminate. So with time faults to add at 7 in that round, expensive for Anouk. She's on 19. Number 13, Jamie Riley on Sunny Park's Warhorse. Sunny Park is the name of her mother's stables in the East Rand. This is an 8-year-old gelding, and it's by Bundy out of an Al Mufti mare. So this is presumably a small thoroughbred. Certainly the Al Mufti part, the Al Mufti dam, is a thoroughbred. Jamie also going wide and round, now being careful of that vertical. It's the real bogey fence of the competition. It's wonderful testing the riders and the ponies like that. If they don't get the rhythm and balance around the turn exactly right, down goes the pole. And it's not overly big or overly complicated, but just enough to put the combinations out of kilter. The penalties are derived from their placings in the first and second competitions. So if you're wondering why the scores sound like they do, it's because it's the time the winner in the speed achieves 0, and then penalties are added on if you're behind that. Explaining this very poorly. Jamie Riley finishing these legs on 8-11, just 4 then. Logan Hook will bring back another ride, Cornerstone's Hotshot, an 18-year-old. And to go back to Jamie Riley, her mother is mounting her on her old competition horses, who make the most marvelous school horses for her introduction to junior riding. And she said with seriousness and great intent, she is a mini professional. In conversation with Nicola about her, these very ambitious children are often quite hard to manage. They're good because they're a lot, and I would imagine Jamie fits well into that. Nicola must be very proud of her.
And so very clearly return the road because the disabled is right to Cornerstone Hotshot. You can
Here we go. Number 14, Logan Hook, Cornerstone's Hotshot. So it's really clear by now. Here's the first difficulty. This turn back, he goes inside and jumps it really well. And you see Logan using his legs really strongly. He's going to be a tall boy. He's got long legs. And he gives the horse a strong squeeze. Very positive. He's a competitive, experienced young man. And Hotshot doing that beautifully. Goes down, he steadies and goes down on 7 strides, very organized. It's mostly been riding in 6 strides. Here comes a 6. Let's see what he does. He's forward. He's cautious again, 7 strides then. What was the 6? That does risk going near to time penalties, but that could be it. That could be the next clear round. And being a later qualifier, he holds on to his place. And you hear the music sing. So, low score of 6.19, and that clear round gives us a jump off for the individual title. Now we get Amber Buertes. She's riding number 15, First for Horses Ruster. This is a 21-year-old, and she won this class last year here on this pony. She's now very successful in junior ranks, produced by Diane Snodgrass from Port Elizabeth. Important round for this competition, important round. For Amber, this will probably her last year in this competition. She'll very much be focusing on juniors after this. And you see Amber's experience, poise, organization. Diana, producer of multiple champions in Port Elizabeth. And credit to Amber for this ride. This is a complicated pony. You see it goes in a plastic snaffle, very gentle bitting. Oh, super. Amber on form and delivering. And when I say that pony's tricky, it can rear, it can jump to one side, it can spin around. But for some reason, it never flusters Amber. And there she goes. 3 clears now. And you can see the top qualifiers are on the better form. Kiera Madison McFarlane, Voodoo. This is a 10-year-old. Voodoo is a mare. Big forward ride at number 1. Goes round to number 2. Being careful of that. Number 2 again. Extraordinary how difficult that has been. Rubs the water tray from being a little bit forward at it, but it stays in place. Kiera Madison, a forward, positive rider. She'll be kicking herself for having that fence down, and I posit it'll be the only fence she has down, that number 2. If she rode it another 100 times, she could probably clear it 100 times. Felicity Theunissen now on number 17, Eban Flo Creme de la Creme, 14-year-old. She's just finished, so she's really at the business end on 3.42 penalties. There she gets that out the way, well ridden. So very important round here, coming to the last. Clears it, and she's in strong contention. So sentimental and important because this will be her last times in this event. Her parents and her coach keeping her beautifully mounted. She's always on the right horse at the right time. Wasn't that super? So this is, although it's not going to be high in numbers, it's going to be a very strong competition. Now a young man with a wonderful jumping pedigree is Oliver Neal. Both his parents are South African champions. Comes from the strong Neal dynasty south of Johannesburg. The wonderful, my Irish boy, a 20-year-old. And this young man is a focuser. He is very ambitious. He's already got titles under his belt. His parents, Kath and Sean, very supportive. They are now doing, touch the middle of the treble, now doing double duty because they compete themselves. Catherine trains. They work hard in their family business. And now have to attend children's shows. This is looking very good. Hold it together, Oliver. At this stage, a small boy. So when you're small like Oliver, it's all about skill and technique. There's not a lot of strength. And that was super. Just the most lovely round. If you see the string of Neal ponies standing at a horse show, it's an impressive collection, mostly assembled by Lara and Kath, the two Neal wives and mothers. But we are, as earlier said, we're promised a very exciting jump-off class here. 1.9 penalties. Now Jamie Riley on one of the famous South African ponies, totally famous. This pony's thought to be 24 years old, from Opadayaga in Mpumalanga, a man who knows his animals and has provided some extraordinary animals. Very Araby looking in type, so probably a thoroughbred Arab cross, ideal for toughness, soundness, longevity. And Scooby-Doo's had the honor of making so many top riders. They win the pony championships on Scooby-Doo and go on to do great things, and multiple riders owe the start of their career to this marvelous and very attractive pony. And Jamie doesn't hassle him. She rolls along in a good rhythm. He would have what you would call an Einstein brain. Just wonderful. She's slim Jamie. She's going to be a tall girl. One last to go. And jumps it clear and beautifully. So into the jump off she goes. A thrilled Jamie Riley.
Also eligible for the individual jump course, so fantastic position to be in. We now ready ourselves for that second round of this Apollo-sponsored Pony Rider Resident Cup final. Riders will be permitted to walk. Of course, everyone does go through barring eliminations and retirements, and of course those ineligible for the second round. So everybody from 690 will return.
You can see Brett Weber. He's the man in the red cap and the black T-shirt. And he and his team, and the Maple Ridge team, now changing the track, adjusting the fences, taking fences out, adding fences in, and for round 2 of this President's Trophy. The idea of the synthetic arenas is that they have safe jumping. The horses don't slip or slip far less. They don't need studs. There are many horses and ponies jump in this class barefoot, that is to say without shoes. And the idea, as mentioned earlier, is that competitor number 1 and competitor number 20 or 100 or whatever number there is have as similar experience as possible. To get through the number of entries that now start at shows like this, the arenas have to be continuously groomed. So they are raked, and you'll see members of the arena party raking any bumps or divots, as it were, raking them flat. And it's gone very sophisticated and very impressive. So Brett, from the middle, signaling that the course is open. He has a runner today at Turpentine. His yard very much on form. Runner being, he's got a racehorse running today at Turpentine. And his partner Andres will go and saddle it there. So they keep busy, these two gentlemen.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
Right, so of course, to have a performance picture, you running order is coming your way shortly, of course, the reverse order of President penalties. Right, so the running order for the second round as follows. Up first will be Felicity Theunissen and Coco Chanel. They'll be followed by Stain and Donatello, and Logan Hook comes in third, so Feather, Logan Hook will go fourth by Mighty Warrior. Then Stain again on Magic, followed by Kelce, Kelce and Blake. Seven to go, Jamie Riley and Warhorse. For the 11 Kiera Madison and Voodoo, at 8 to go, 9 to go, Logan Hook and Hotshot. 10 to go, and we're going to first Warhorse, followed by 11, Felicity Theunissen, 12 will be Oliver Neal by Irish Boy, and last to go, Jamie Riley and Sunny Park, Scooby-Doo. That we're running order for the second round. Of course, the walking has commenced. As soon as we're ready to go away, we'll have our first rider down Felicity Theunissen and Coco Chanel. As far as the individual competition is concerned, eligible for that is Charlotte and Lily, Logan and Hotshot, and so our first rider Warhorse is taken around to Felicity Theunissen and she goes on Coco Chanel. Comes into the second round, carrying forward her commanding entities over the competition, 51.31.
Felicity Theunissen kicks off this jump off. She's on Coco Chanel. She's lying on 31.31 penalties. Didn't have quite her form round that she normally can have. Again, that blue vertical, very, very difficult to clear. A purple vertical, sorry, the Hollard purple vertical. There is a stipulated ratio of prizes to entries. There are 5 prizes in this class, and 5th place getting a 500 Rand prize. Sponsorship from the generous Hollard, now a big force in the equestrian scene. And 3 fences going down.
50.15 take times. Well, total we have that to the previous score. And we finish on a final score of 43.31, a time of 50.15.
So her score, 43.31 in a time of 50.15. And the other riders will look to be going faster than that and generating less penalties. So not a form event for Felicity, but she won't be feeling bad. She's focused on juniors and has had a wonderful show here at Maple Ridge, winning at least 2 classes.
Next up,
Miane Stain, Chrysalis, Donatello. Many of these ponies have Nooit Gedacht in them, Boerperd, and a lot of Arab, and you can see the Arab in the high tail carriage. Feistiness makes these crossbreeds make for wonderful children's ponies. Solid, kind, reliable, talented. Good turn there, back to that black ox, sir. Another turn. You hear her coach Gustav saying, now you must kick, now you must kick. She ran out of steam round that corner. 2 down, that's expensive. Three down now. And it can be that by the end of the week, the ponies are a little tired. Their tanks, the less fit ones' tanks, not quite as full.
This is a final of 44.79.
So slightly, she goes slightly ahead of Felicity Theunissen, 34.79. The penalties still dominate the timing. It's only if there's an equality of faults that timing is so important. Chrysalis Silver Feather. Another quality pony with presumably some Arab blood. Very good turn. Manages to clear that Hollard, pesky Hollard vertical. And rolls forward to that jump and touches off the front rail. Here comes that turn inside to the double. And loses her seating. She's down and the first aid will be running to help and check on her. Very often the riders are winded. Should be very quickly surrounded by coaches, parents, and the first aid people. Happily, Miane sitting up now. Stretchers coming in so that she can be carried out as comfortably as possible. The riders ride correctly so, inexpensive hats with very high safety ratings. Riders starting to ride in body protectors. Very common are collarbone injuries and fractures of limbs. If the rider's lucky, it's primarily just winding and bruising and a whole lot of fright. So Nook's out of the competition, but good to see her on her 2 feet walking, followed by the first aid ladies.
Next comes in on Cornerstone Mighty Warrior, carrying forward 80.49.
Cornerstone's Mighty Warrior, Logan Hook. And a stop at number 1. That's jumping towards the digital board. And the colors can sometimes distract a horse. It's into the corner of the arena. This was number 11 in the program. He's careful, he goes wide to that double. So 55.39, and the time he finishes on 32. So probably out of contention. We've got those clears ahead of him.
Next go with USA Stain and Cornerstone Magic.
Miane Stain next on number 9, Cornerstone's Magic. Short delay while she changes horses. So it's noteworthy that you can have a rider with 2 or even 3 riders, 3 ponies in this division, which means the number of actual riders is lower than the number of entries. Riders have multiple ponies, as many as 3.
And so is Cornerstone Magic. She into the competition carrying forward 16.96.
Cornerstone's Magic carrying 16.96. The first 2 fences have been problematic. She touches that off, rubs number 2, the Hollard Purple Vertical, and gallops on. This was number 9 in the program, so a lower qualifier. Got a very good jump, Cornerstone's Magic. And as the pony matures in the sport, will just improve the rideability all the time. So,
And she completed President's Cup campaign on a score of 20.96.
The time 49.16, the score 20.96 over the 3 legs. Arena Party restores number 1.
Next goes Charlotte Kelce. She comes in on the left. She's eligible for both individual and the overall President's Cup competition. She comes into the carrying forward a score of 14.28.
Charlotte Kelce and Bling, 14.28. Charlotte rides in a very educated way. Very nice, sympathetic bitting. Gets that inside turn inside the Hollard Oxa. Let's see what she does here. Goes slightly wide to this double, to be careful. Clear on being very important to this stage. Lovely pony, smoothly ridden. 1 to go. Clears that. So her time, 50.46. 14.28 into a very strong position. Charlotte Kelce and Bling. Jamie Riley now. Sunny Park Warhorse. She'll be doing the turns, just like that. Let's see where she goes after this. Round the Cheval Liberté green oxa. Angles that vertical. Shallow turn here, really good. .44.89. She was quick. So 11.12, the time 44.89, and she moves strongly into the lead for the title of this Hollard Pony Riders President's Cup final. Kiera Madison McFarlane. They were number 16 on the program. Super start. Clears that danger. And she's moving. And moving a little strongly there. That goes down. Two down. This will be an expensive round for her. It'll drop her down the order. And she now goes wide, taking it easy, realizing she can't win the competition. So she takes her foot off the petrol somewhat.
With 2 rounds down, going down, each penalty picked up Kiera Madison and Voodoo. to their previous score. And they finished on a final of 16 within the Britain's Cup campaign.
16 drops her into third place at this stage. Her time, 46.45.
Next it's Logan Hook.
Cornerstone's Hotshot now. Logan Hook. Touches number 2, but it stays up. And he gets deep to that. BIOGEN Oxa has it down. So now everything that happens matters to the final placings with these last few combinations. Having had the rail now, he doesn't risk the tight turn here. Forty-eight. Now here's a 5.2 penalties. This is an important round. She'll be wanting to go very fast. She can go very fast through the start. She has a wonderful relationship with this pony, and he wouldn't be for everybody. He can be very tricky. She's done extraordinarily well with him. Goes on the inside turn. Stays running to that back on track Oxa. Round the green to be careful of the double. Very good. Angles this. He jumps up and very well over it. Now she sprints away from it to this. The rustic Oxa clears it. And clears the last. So she is clear. We'll give you her overall result now. So she is fast in 5.2, the penalties she carries. Now, Felicity Theunissen has to go clear to stay ahead of Amber Boertes, who's on 5.2. Eban Flo Creme de la Creme. Eban Flo, the brand name of Anthony Kay, originally from East London and now in Port Elizabeth. Races around to that, clears it very well. Clears that. She's on good form. Angles that and gets it. She goes inside here. This is good. And gets it. And you can see why she's one of the leading child riders and has such a bright future. She's firing. So she takes the lead on her 3.4. Amber Boertes won't win it this year. 36.64. Well, that was something. Wow. 3.42, clear in 36.64. And the top two qualifiers go next. Here comes the very competitive Oliver Neal. He's coached by Joanne van Achterberg, interestingly not by his parents. Very sensible when top parents like he's got hand their child over to someone else. It usually goes much better. And of course can avoid family domestics. This is smooth. And you can hear Dad shouting leg and come on. He goes round the hollowed oxer. He's smaller and less experienced than some of the riders. It's an amazing turn. And just a action too tight. Touches it down. So he's on 4 penalties there. It's going to drop him down a little. But what a young man. What a talent for the future. And what extraordinary ambition and focus. Super attempt. The time 47.92.
A beautiful run there on the line as well into the Coco Chanel. This is an additional 4 for the individual competition. Total 6.74 presents in halftime, 47.92.
So, the top qualifier, just 1.9 penalties. So if she delivers a clear, she only has to go clear. No time penalties, no poles down, and she will be the winner. And what a pair to win. And I presume this is her last Children's President Cup. She's jumping him very carefully and smoothly. She does have no time pressure other than to get inside the time allowed, but she doesn't have to go flat out to win it. She won't win today's leg, but she might well win overall. Again, going wide round the green oxer to the last double. When you see him on this form and with Jamie on this form, you can't imagine that he can even have a rail down. Super. He's got 2 left to go. Just 1.9 penalties. He's significantly in the lead. And there it is. There it is. Your President's Trophy winner, Jamie Riley, on the remarkable Sunny Park Scooby-Doo. We're at the BIOGEN show, and he will be on all sorts of supplements and receiving all sorts of magical care. But to produce a horse of this age at that level is great horsemanship.
Huge congratulations to you all. That we will conclude the competition. Your horses online are coming your way shortly.
By my reckoning, Felicity Theunissen will have been a sparkling second with that extraordinarily fast round. We'll wait for confirmation from the judges. And I imagine that fast round will have won her this leg of these. So she'll be second and winner of this leg. Jamie's staying in the arena to receive the spoils of war. And I hope she's feeling wonderful and reflecting on a fantastic performance.
Right, we'll start with the individual prize giving of the President's Cup. And we'll start with the individual prize giving. Before we go on to the second competition, prize giving. Winning the individual class, we have
So the winner of today's leg is Felicity Theunissen, and she rides number 17, Eban Flo Creme de la Creme, the horse from the Eastern Cape. You won't see a faster jump off anywhere. Second going to number 15, First for Horses, Rasta, Amber Buertis. Unlucky not to win it overall. She won it last year, and she goes out in glory. Number 3 is Bling, Charlotte Kelce. Third in this leg. Fourth going to Sunny Park Scooby-Doo, who was the slow, steady clear in the jump-off. She was focused only on winning the title. And in fifth, Oliver Neal on My Irish Boy. No question, a rising star of the future. Felicity there with her groom. Theoretically, the grooms will come in, and if not grooms, sometimes coaches. What a show Felicity's had. 3 wins here that I know of, and this one was sparkling. I don't think anyone could have gone faster. That was quite something. She was in the region of 12 seconds faster than the nearest competition. She was amazing. Competitive and successful is Amber Buertis, First for Horses Rasta. Now getting tall and looking no longer like a child or pony rider, looking very much like the young junior she is. Amber traveling with her groom all the way from Port Elizabeth. She's driven up by her brother, and it's a huge effort that parents make to finance and support this sport. The horses have to be driven up from the Eastern Cape. Amber's lucky enough to have a brother that drives her, and horses and ponies are moved around in a 4-berth trailer, but it's onerous. They were victims of a horrible accident at the end of last year, coming back from Johannesburg to Port Elizabeth, and luckily all the horses survived. I think even Rasta was in that load. Remarkable. And fifth in this leg was Jamie Riley on Scooby-Doo. Third was Charlotte Kelce and Bling. Fourth place in this leg to Jamie Riley. Oliver Neal, successful, competitive, and very nicely behaved, friendly, polite young man. And you wouldn't call him enthusiastic rider, you would call him obsessed.
incredibly grateful for Logan Hook to come forward as our sponsor. The prize is handed out, and one thing they do is get the ball on and have a lot of fun.
So there go the winners of today's leg. Felicity Theunissen, Amber Buertis, Charlotte Kelce, Jamie Riley, and Oliver Neal. 5 talented, competitive young people.
And so the individual one completed, we now look to our overall President Cup competition. Right, the category points cost will be positive and culminating in the final Tuesday. Your results for that the President Cup 2025. Third place going to Amber Buertis, first was the Rasta. Second place going to Felicity Theunissen and Eban Flo Creme. And 2025 Pony Island President Cup champion, Jamie Riley, son of Scooby-Doo.
This event sponsored by Hollard. Just a short commercial break, and we'll be back with the final presentation shortly.
Saturday, Pony Island President's Cup Trophy. And for good bags as well from top 3 riders. Looking up representing the Saturday field to our winning riders. This is Coco Chanel. Absolutely incredible performances from our young talent of Hotshot jumping. Big congratulations to Jane Riley. Up on the road with her, Nicholas Riley. Unbelievable gentlemen that put so many hours into our sport, early mornings, late nights, committed and dedicated they are. They love to coach just as much as we do. And these victories, every much there as much as the riders. Gentlemen, a huge thank you and congratulations. Our top three cruisers are being awarded with their sashes, representing the President's Cup of Victory. They also received incredible sashes from Harlot, wonderful figures up to the turns of our top three cruisers, and they also reward away the South Africa jumping class. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate you. My consistency dedicated to our jumping community. So the whole ceremony is complete and all the adornments.
Talking about a village to raise a child, and you're getting a good insight here to the village that is in equestrian sport. So there's your President's champion, Jamie Riley. The lady who was so fast this morning, Felicity Theunissen, she was remarkable. And then last year's winner, this year third, the talented Amber Buertis.
course, this 135 championship, proudly sponsored by Triple Meal. And so whilst you're walking the track for this competition, we have 64 as starters, one scratch that will have a delivery. That's what we have thus far. I believe in both scratch and Elizabeth knows. I'm not sure who's taking part in this competition. As well as a scratch at 9. If there are any other people who can come and let us know in the judging box, other than that. The tentative was information as follows. 90 meters is your length, time of 83 seconds.
And it's 6 strides.
6 strides, done for it. Okay, hands are up, guys. Across the snag, yeah, done be there. Yeah, gives you a little bit of room.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, You can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
Right, and having the track to 1 hour is now 79 seconds, 460 meters is your limit. We have scratching at number 4, number 9, number 11. We will be away after horse number 30, and then another scratching after another scratching at number 63. Thank you very much, Ryan. Well, first up my hand is Ryan Haven Keegan. halfway way to start competition, and you're all the way Ryan Andrews and Katie Dorfman. You go through to the jump board, 64 minutes still to come. Next round number 2, Jonathan Volunteers, you ride Premier Envy. Standing by 3 down to Dean and the 8-5, Kim Kardashian. The first 2 riders. Strong off now, the next row 3 getting got over 90 and 30. It's a river down at event number 4, the road flow also for penalties for Jenna and Leanne the D. Next round number 5, Oscar Clear, who rides a figure consulting on Kim Kardashian by the Gossi. No issues with the time allowed, but then rail overload. Oxford over penalties for Oxford and next on number 6 to the man boys, still going down, Oscar Road, right play. Standing on number 7, 3, 4, Camerati, at the 8, and that's second, warm up 10, period. Okay, come, and number 9 will be shaped and strategy. Standing by Satan and Reggie, then at the gate number 10, Victoria, big form of Arena.
What do you want me to do? Where's the work? Where's the work? He's just enchanting. Zandy makes him look easier than he is. She's tactful and very good at the delicacy that he requires. Wow, wow. Another clear. So the course designer, man such as Brett, will judge how the horses are going, how difficult to make it. And I don't want to say he's made it too easy today, but he might have underrated the depth of talent here. So the bell rings. I think that was his bell. BIOGEN's Greta G. This horse came in from Germany. A glorious man. She's just stroked off number one. Damn. Hard to know whether it's worse to hit number one or go clear and hit the last. Both are painful for the rider. Shaitan, a very stylish rider. He rides for the Gurchas. He's married to Evie, and she's the daughter of Ian Callender Easby at Callagher. So they're deeply in the sport. And, of course, while we're talking about Gurchas, a big thank you to BIOGEN for sponsoring this show. It's a traditional sponsorship, and they put lots and lots of support, effort, care, and money in to make sure that competitions like this can run as stylishly as they do. The round you're seeing is Greta's normal form. She applies herself, focuses. Also, sensitive quality mare. But not into the jump off, just the one. And this is a Traumiel sponsored class, and she hits number one, the Traumiel vertical. You're looking at now number 10, Callagher, Kiera Madison. This is Kath McFarlane, the wife of Oscar Ngube, the horse owned by Mizelle Reinders. And another victim of number one. The design has been cunning. He's put in what looks like a simple, straightforward fence, and then easy to get to, and down it goes. Sometimes the horses are looking at jump equipment behind it. Sometimes they haven't clocked on yet. This horse is an 8-year-old bred at Callagher by Herald, the stallion known with a lot of thoroughbred blood, known for creating eventers, and it's out of a famous dam line, Balubay Drouet, he himself the 3 times indoor World Cup champion and Olympic gold medalist. Extraordinary South Francais stallion, and his influence is broadly and deeply spread throughout the world of sport. She rolls that down. Catherine's with Oscar in the business. She's a good competition rider, hard-working. As they say in the classics, say skrik for niks nie. If you're noticing the sheepskin as part of the breastplate, it's because horses like these modern horses have often very sensitive coats and can rub and chafe, and the riders pad everything up to guarantee as much comfort as possible. Michaela Martin now, number 12. This is a mare, a 9-year-old, by Carico, out of a mare by Continue. I'm thinking this would be imported. And Michaela Martin, based with her mother Belinda, who runs a very big equestrian breeding, training, competition venue south of Johannesburg. And Again, Belinda, one of the hard-working people in the sport, very much in the sport. Herself a competition rider, and her daughter, Michaela, a very talented one for the future. In this case, the sheepskin on the bridle is over the pole piece, and that's the top of the end of the horse's spine, just behind the ears, and it's an immensely sensitive place. So the sheepskin, to dilute and absorb pressure of the bridle on the pole being the part of the horse's head at the top of the head, just behind the ears. This horse going in a snaffle. You see the sponsorship name there, EPOL. And 2 down. 12, in fact, 3 down, sorry. Now we have 13, Locarno Ballard. Bred by the late Klaus Koch in Namibia, near Windhoek. This is by Locarno Challenger, out of a Consuelo mare. The name Consuelo, synonymous with Namibian breeding. He's been a fantastic sire, sire of sires, sire of dams. This is a 14-year-old. And this horse has won a lot of classes for his rider. You're looking at Kayla Nordeer, formerly Kayla Gertenbach, and she's a top coach, top competitor, also based in the Kyalami area. Her mother was a big, successful competition rider, and her sister is too. Her brother is a top vaulter. So you don't get deeper roots than this in the equestrian scene. And the horse not. You'll see the horse on better form on a different day. Kept its head up and dropped its forearm a bit and had the middle of that combination down. He's a little horse. She keeps slim, minimizes her weight to ride him, and 4 penalties. As the announcers said, 5 clears we have. The percentage of clears dropping down to 45%, so the difficulty of the track revealing itself. Number 14 is King of Hearts, and he's by Bellanotte. Bellanotte, a full brother to 3 Socks, being a Ballabay Heartbreaker Liz de Damen stallion that stood in Natal with Jodie and her mum. And this is out of them a Jus de Pomme mare, famous for producing an Olympic gold medalist, Jus de Pomme. There's another victim of number 1. It's interesting, just the placement of a fence, the colors of the fence, the equipment that's behind the fence that could distract the horse. And Jodie, knowing she can't get prize money from there, out she comes. A little smile and a wave. She's done the sport long enough to know how tough it is. Number 5, 15, Equicover, Capital Chicane, Shanae Bean. This is a 9-year-old. This is bred by Capital Capriccio out of a Consuelo mare. So both parents of this horse grey, and you're going to hear the name Consuelo consistently throughout the course of today's jumping. The Capital stud was based at Hartbeespoort Dam, has now relocated to the Midlands. Henning Pretorius purchased the famous Summerhill, and while he's still dabbling with thoroughbred breeding, he also still breeds warm bloods there, and he finds the cooler climate and the bigger space very suitable for his breeding operation. Capriccio jumped with his head up like this. Very kind, rideable horse. So good with Nicole Horwood. He retired, and I think he isn't any longer. But another stallion that's left his stamp on South African sport horse breeding. An actual son of Cor de la Brea. Wherever you get Consuelo, you get good canter. They are wonderful competition horses. Pretty rideable. Good technique. There we go. Clear round. Clear round number 6. Okay. A lady that's wonderful to watch, Leona van der Merwe. She rides Hamlet. This is an 8-year-old that she and her husband bred while they were still based in Limpopo. And this is a Bi-Hummer, a gelding. And this is out of a Concariano mare. Hummer can breed a slightly coarse, or can we say common head. And I remember Chris and Leona saying they were not thrilled with their homebred warm blood. Well, they are nothing but thrilled with this horse now. You see it jump out over that water tray. It's got application, rideability, technique. Leona does a wonderful job on the horse. She is a rider for our young riders to model themselves after. Smooth. Consistent, very rhythmical rider. Doesn't look like she's doing a lot, but the horses operate for her. She's part of the 334 team. They're all based in the Midlands on Govert Triggle's incredible breeding operation, beautiful farm. Well, that thuisgebakte perd is worth his weight in gold. He is super. Another clear. Now we go to KP Manelli, number 17. It's Arnold Buerta for the Nova Stud, and KP stands for Kello Park. And this is by Manhattan out of an Ulior mare. Ulior was one of the early stallions at Capital. Big bay horse that stood there and made very kind, nice, useful jumpers. He himself very well bred. And they've had number 2 down. So touching the Cheval Liberté Oxa. And another fence falling. The Rotoflow Oxa at number 4. And Arnold calling it a day. Riders very alert to saving their horses, sparing them. If they're not in with a shout, they don't just compete for the bus ride and the picnic. Now we go to number 18, Ipa Lander van het Lindenhof. In the saddle, businessman Jan Kleinhans. This is a 13-year-old. It's by Dalton van het Lindenhof out of a Darko mare. And a bit like Consuelo in South Africa, Darko has been a massive pillar of Belgian breeding. Big, heavy horse, but they used him extensively, and what a gift to Belgium and Belgian breeding Darko was. Yanni rode successfully as a junior and a young adult, then went and got himself a business degree and immersed himself in business, and only came back later in his life to indulge his passion of show jumping, and a passion it really is. This horse has had a successful show here. Very good tickets. And Jan would be looking to go clear and give the others a run for their money in the jump off. And typical Darko, you would describe them as towards the heavy side, but powerful, very good technique. There it is. Clear round. So another one in the jump off and a hot one. Generally, the name capital or Callahoo or whatever in front of the horse's name denotes the stud that bred it. Then the first letter of the horse will give you a clue towards which stallion is the sire. This is Kelce Gertenbach. We've seen her sister go earlier, Kayla Nordia. And this is by Capital Castigo out of a Capital Chicoletto Z mare. Again, grey parents. Chelsea has a German Iranian partner. He's just got himself a work permit here, and he's a world's leading coach of vaulting, and we hope South Africa uses him and makes the most of him, because he could really up our standards and up our game with vaulting, a very important part of equestrian sport. Chelsea, a South African junior champion and leading equitation rider. She's a little soft coming out of the treble maybe, and touch the third part, that vertical, jumping out. Cups are flat, poles are light, so to go clear takes accurate riding and a very careful jumping horse. Tiny bit of body movement in the wrong direction and you come out with 4 penalties, no jump off for you. BIOGEN's Greta G that went earlier is by Graf Top out of a Silvio mare, and that's where the quality and blood comes from. I'd forgotten the Silvio part. Now, this very tall man, based in Natal with Grant Langley, is Hilton Ford. He's on a lovely Callahoo horse, Conchavella, and that name indicates one of the top dam lines from Callahoo. This horse is a Concariano Lissabon, and Concariano is very often plain bays like this, but full of good technique. And Hilton, a calm, quiet, sympathetic rider. My information is correct. He was a good event rider. Horse cuts out a little round the turn. He doesn't pick up a good distance. So he's had to pull down, plus the stop is 8 penalties. There'll be time penalties to add. So that kind of moment, very expensive. The horses can slightly stop pulling as you turn away from the gate or get distracted. You can see the turn to that double is just after the gate. So you head for the gate, turn right, and there's the double. And these are the tests that the course designer puts up. And one succumbs to them or surmounts them. He's an 8-year-old, this horse, and I would imagine he's got a big future, as does Hilton, who really applies himself to this sport and brings all his intellect to it. So the judge rings the bell when the rider is ready, but the clocks get switched on when the rider is in the approach. Oh, if only he jumped it like that the first time. Jumping very stylishly and carefully and attractively. You might say the horse looks towards the side of cold, but that could be just Hilton's tactful riding that doesn't give you any indication of what this horse is like to ride. Horse jumps with the most attractive bascule. That's when the horse seems to curl around the fence. Neck goes down, shoulders come up, knees go tight. 19 for Callagher Concavella. That's one of Callagher's top dam lines, produced wonderful horses. Number 22 is Tackentog's Legend, Charlie Ann Crockart. Now, Charlie's in just north of Kailami Park on a lovely property overlooking Sun Valley, and a top coach, top professional. Arguably one of the most competitive riders in South Africa. She originated in Zimbabwe, now very much settled here. She's on an 8-year-old, and this is a stallion she imported as a young horse. He's by Mr. Blue out of a Clinton mare. So bred in the pink, and she's done a production job on this horse from backing him and breaking him in to this level of competition. Opens up behind, jumps attractively. Charlie in ideal riding condition. She's slim, she's fit. Works a long, hard day either teaching or riding her horses. The yellow ribbon in the stallion's tail informs all the other competitors that he's a stallion, and they're slightly more careful round the stallions because they can either kick out or bite or get aggressive with other horses, more so than a gelding or a mare. And it's just a courtesy to let others riders know to beware. Very attractive modern sport horse, this. And I think he's been used quite extensively by South African riders already. So he'll have progeny on the ground that'll be approaching under saddle. Ninth clear round, it seems. So Michaela Martin back again. She's on Penbrit's Sherlock. Penbrit is the name of the stables in the south where the Martin family operate. Sherlock is 10 years old, and he's a Sir Shutterfly out of a Cosmic Z mare. Really, it's just saying that he's also properly bred, smartly bred. These days in the sport, there's not too many flukes. There's a lot of genetic engineering that goes on to produce these amazing animals. This horse, a slightly tricky mouth. Shutterfly himself had a delicate mouth and went with his head high. Was close to this color. And she touches the third part of the treble. Part of the 334 machine is Carolyn Dupree. She assists Rainer Korber here in Johannesburg with the 334 horses, and works hard in the 334 stud machine. This is number 24, Pearl. And Pearl is a Pessoa VDL out of a Carlos DZ mare. Govett, the owner and the force behind 334, has focused very much on mares. So he's only breeding with successfully performed mares. They must have been good in 135, 134 and up. They must be well bred. He's obsessed with pedigree. And They must have a performance record, be a nice type, and be successful. And it's a slightly different approach. A lot of studs buy a stallion and then hope their stallions upgrade their mares. He's secured himself top mares, and he's test driving his large group of colts on these mares, and he said that he'll cull a high percentage of them if they don't make the standard. But he's test driving his young colts, and he's giving them every opportunity by giving them the best mares. A magnificent property in Nottingham Road where all these animals are produced. Carolyn riding in a nylon gag snaffle, very gentle bitting, and she's really put together a partnership with that horse. Horse is looking well, everything looks smooth and easy. She'll be delighted. Carolyn, who's started in Port Elizabeth with the famous Diane Snodgrass, then a time in Germany, and now back very happily working for 334. 25 is Capital My Friend, leading coach Chad Cunningham. And this is an Ababdarev, phenomenal stallion out of a heartbreaker mare, so this is a top pedigree. He's a 15-year-old. He had a colic surgery. Chad's put together a strong partnership with this horse. Lovely type. Fine example of the modern sport horse stallion. The bulk of Chad's time goes on coaching and training. He trains all over Southern Africa. He's very in demand, and he's always got a top group of pupils around him. And Capital My Friend cutting out there, not finding a comfortable distance or a happy ride away from that gate. Just to remind you to focus on our marvelous sponsors. BIOGEN, Back on Track. Lots of generous people. Tack on Togs, Hollard Equipage, Winks, Brassy Bit, Zero Dome Sunscreen, Traumil. Traumil are the sponsors of this 135 championship. Equicover, 2 insurance companies involved here. Spurwing Horse Feeds, Wimpy, Equifeeds, DTB Wealth Management, EPOL, Insurisk, DiscoverSport.com, and Shoes. Thank you to those sponsors. Now you're looking at PDL Husqvarna Z, Jethro Bauer, based with Grant Langley in Natal, riding for Kevin Levy. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And this is a Hakato out of a Rivaldor mare. Rivaldor was a Belgian stallion that stood here years ago, connected to Linda Rabi, and definitely contributed generously to our genetic pool in South Africa. And Hakato goes to For Joy and has that slightly not For Joy, For Pleasure, has that slightly For Pleasure front. Governor Triggle has acquired Hakato for his stud after seeing some very useful Hakatos in Zimbabwe. And classic old Hanoverian breeding. And Jethro missing at number 9, the Winks Vertical. And now a little bit out of focus. So he circles and he's going to organize to finish the last 2 jumps. Picks up a much better distance. And finish very pleasantly. 8 penalties. Now we go to number 27, Callagher Corleone, and it explains why Shaitan went earlier. This is a son of Corinth. This is number 27. This is out of a Lissabon mare, and a very, very good-looking horse with a very stylish jump. Shaitan putting together a super partnership with this horse. The horse has a fantastic jump style. Shaitan, light, slim, very athletic. Now a very experienced rider. Jumping the horse in a 3-ring gag. And you see Shaitan rides in a light seat round the turns and goes down to the saddle in the approach. And you'll see he'll balances the horse beautifully for that. Oh, and unfolds on the back rail. I have to say, I think that's a thing that warm bloods can do. They get their knee up, they jump beautifully, and then if they just unfold a front leg a little too early, down goes a back rail for a very expensive 4 penalties. All the back rails are on safety cups, so they yield to the slightest downward pressure. So, rivervales.com, Mika Chalker. This is number 28, and this is by VDL Dakar, out of a mare by Bellinotte. You saw other progeny related to Bellinotte jumping earlier. This is an 8-year-old. Rivervales is a stud on, I was going to say on the shores of a dam, but it's in the Nottingham Road area, very much in the Midlands. It's the, how do you describe, the passion or brainchild of Cheryl Pote and her very diligent son Murray and his wife, and they produce super warm bloods. There's a lot of application goes into the breeding, a lot of thought, and it's lovely farm, fresh air, lots of space. And he jumps with his head up a little. She maybe feels that he needs the support. Some horses do put their noses and heads down and make a bascule. He keeps his head up a little and then follows up with his shoulders and the rest of his body. Probably a slightly tricky mouth if he were to be fussy. He's in a short shank pelham and jumps a very nice clear round. Oh, she'll be very disappointed with one-time penalty will prevent her going into the runoff. So if you could hear that, it's 334 entry studs Nunu. Number 29 on the program. Kaylee Pissarro, daughter of Governor Triggle. This is a 9-year-old by Naldo out of a Kalido mare. We maybe need a strong conversation with Team 334 for names like Nunu. Kaylee fairly recently married and very much part of the 334 business, and the 334 family now relocated in the Midlands. Gets deep to the first part, touches the back of the oxer going out. She's giving this horse a beautiful ride. Kelce, a World Cup winner. Sensitive, empathetic rider. And building herself once again a very nice string of horses, courtesy of 334. And that's Kelce, smooth, tactful. She won't be unhappy with that 4-penalty round on that stylish, glamorous young horse, the 9-year-old Ronaldo. Barry Taylor, very much part of 334. He rides here for Brett Latimer, the Natal owner, on the horse Oxford Super Deluxe, number 30. Barry, very easy to describe now as a veteran. This is a 7-year-old by I'm Special Demuse out of a Lux Z mare. So bred in the purple. I think acquired from Ireland by Brett Latimer. Brett Latimer goes online, watches overseas auctions, particularly with a particular Irish focus, and then I think he can't keep his fingers still and winds up buying horses like this, and he does extraordinarily well in his buying and his choices. Barry rates this horse very highly. This is the BIOGEN World Cup qualifying show at Maple Ridge. So a big thank you to Maple Ridge for hosting it, to the Gertsch family, in particular Shaunet, for sponsoring. It's now become a traditional sponsorship here. And massive thanks to Back on Track for sponsoring the live streaming. Back on Track stalwart sponsors in the game, like many names are. That's Linda Ellerin, and there's some people who somehow always come to the party with their support and their generosity. Back on Track would be one of those. I think if one of Barry's pupils looked back over a jump like that, they'd get in huge trouble from Barry. So let's do it on their behalf to him. Super clear round for Brett Latimer, Oxford Super Deluxe, Barry Taylor. Break now while the arena is groomed for the next half of the competition.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
The bell has sounded for number 31. It's Nicholas Syme Riley riding Sunny Park Stables Kemosabe. This is by Cordova Quasimodo. They say it's a 4-year-old gelding. I think that's a mistake. I don't think it's a 4-year-old any longer. It'll be about an 8-year-old. And it's out of a Kashmir Fund. It's Skuttershof mare. So imported, top bloodlines. I think sharing with Scott Brash's very good one, Hello Sanctus. Similar sire line or same sire line. And Nicola's daughter has just won the Pony Riders President's Cup in fine styles. A very proud mother. We talked about safety. You'll see Nicola is wearing a jacket to protect her spine and back. And definitely it's headed that way, more and more safety. Nicola is an amazing producer of horses. She produces horses non-stop. She's indefatigable. She can ride what feels like 1,000,000 horses at a show and still look fresh as a daisy and clean as anything, but at the end of a long day of lots of competition. Very focused, slim, fit. Quite the talent. Super. Clear on, number 31. Sunny Park Stables, Kemosabe. 12 out of 31 starters having gone clear. And this is Leona van der Merwe, and she's on Kiss by Tace, Z, and this is a Canaan Heartbreaker. So this would be typical of the quality of mare that 334 is wanting to use. Proven, well-bred, correct types, and just spare a moment's thought for how beautifully Leona rides. Again, sheepskin over the pole and the side of the horse's ear to keep them comfortable. Sheepskin on the martingale strap between the front legs to make sure of no chafing. Classically, correctly through that line. And that's not the first horse that's unfolded early on the back of the Hollard Oxer. They're away from the gate and maybe they don't push quite hard enough. You'd probably say that's a young horse mistake. Now we go to a new combination. It's NK Capital Coleman. The horse ridden by Jan Kleinhans, and NK is the sponsor. Number 33 on your program, and Capital Coleman is a Capital Colnado. Colnado definitely giving his progeny wonderful temperaments, and this is out of a For Pleasure mare, and chestnut was the color of For Pleasure. For Pleasure, arguably the greatest jumper in the world at the turn of the century. That's another fence that's gone down cheaply, number 1. And you've got to think slightly demoralizing for any rider when you touch number 1 and you think you've still got all the hard work to come. But I'm sure Yanni will be using this to establish his partnership with this new purchase or new acquisition. And yeah, he'll be getting to know the horse. If Yanni watches this tape of this event afterwards, you can be sure he'll be pleased with the way he's riding. So just a touch at pesky number 1, and he's not the only victim of that. Now a very interesting horse. Back on track, Kazanzi, ridden by Jonathan Clark for Linda Ellerin. This is a 9-year-old. He's a direct son of Balabé Drouet out of a Heartbreaker mare. The Balabé giving the chestnut color and the bit of white. He was a breeding stallion at Zangazida and then had a hernia and was then castrated and sold to Linda Ellerin to come to South Africa. Jonathan, a prolific winner. He was a top junior rider, successful when he did his national service in the Defence Force, and has been a top rider and coach ever since. He's quite a technical horse, this, electric. And Kazanzi has had a few bits of ill luck, injuries and what have you, and looks like they're putting together a relationship now. Two down the score for Kazanzi. And thanks, seeing the name Back on Track, thanks again to Back on Track for coming to the party, for sponsoring the live streaming. Now we go to number 35, Cat Weasel. It's Jenna Gilchrist. Jenna from Namibia. She hasn't been at the show this week, busy with her studies and exams and all sorts of practical things. And she's now based with her mum and dad in the Kalami area. She acquired Cat Weasel from Ronnie Healy, who trains her. It's a 15-year-old by Cristallo out of a Silvio mare. You always see blood and quality where you see Cristallo. And Jenna has just flourished as she's settled into South Africa. To come from these smaller riding communities to the bigger ones like this is really getting into the deep end. But if the riders survive, their riding flourishes. Cat Weasel, a top horse with Ronnie, and a really good schoolmaster that Jenna's putting a partnership together with. Like that. Really nice. Oh, and just a moment with his mouth. She can't find a distance to that Hollard oxer, so circles, that'll be 4 penalties plus time. It is such a tiny gap between clear and things going a little bit wrong, like you just saw. Just a moment, maybe the horse puts its tongue over the bit. He has a delicate mouth, as you can see. And a lovely finish. Now we go to number 36, Principles Bentley. Bridget Carles owns and rides. And this is a Courbet. That was Neville Cumley's stallion in the Eastern Cape. There was lots of Wunderbar blood there, some American Saddler blood. And so this is a Courbet out of an Ubergabe mare. He's a 12-year-old, and he owes Bridget nothing. He's helped her develop her skills in the open levels, and her riding graph has just gone up and up and up. Genuine sort. And there's that Rotoflow Oxer falling again. It's fallen throughout the competition. And Bridget's a hard worker, runs a very big equestrian setup in the East Rand. She holds super shows, livery yard, she's a coach. She wears many hats and she works long days. She's a massive student of the sport. She really applies herself. And she's got a bunch of young horses and building herself a string. I see she's furnished herself with a very nice big truck. She's coached by Jason Phillips, who's really helping her develop her skills. And that's the sort of show she's had. Super rounds with one unlucky touch here or there. So I hope she doesn't feel bad. She's on very nice form. Don't know if you could hear that. The venue announcer saying there's now 36% clears. So those early clears were misleading. Greg Scott now brings in certainly the light of his life. It's this number... Oh, there goes number 1 again. The horse just fell over it. This is Callagher Loretto, a horse Greg acquired at Callagher auction, a 10-year-old. And Greg knows he's not going to waste the horse's limbs. Out he comes. That's a Larison Contendro. And I might say he had a good ticket early on in the show, but touched a rail here and there. And out they go. Number 38 is Fiona van Vollensteer and Zafar Rain. This is a 9-year-old by Zakharov out of a Brandenburg Sebastian mare. And Fiona a bit big at number 2 there for penalties early on. Horse in a very mild snaffle. Presume this is locally bred if it's out of a Brandenburg mare and by imported semen. Fiona now based with Dominic Alexander at his yard in Kyalami. Not jumping her most careful round here this morning. Hilton Ford back again for Rene Ford, and he rides Sir Galahad, number 39. So this is by Galahad out of a Belle Bayou mare, a slightly unusual thoroughbred dam line, but out of that Belle Bayou family or bloodline have come some very good jumpers. Watching it go, it looks hot, it looks sensitive. Again, tall man with a calm demeanor and certainly developing into a super rider. 12 penalties for Hilton Ford and Sir Galahad. Now we go to number 40, Douglas McLaren Piquet. He's riding Lady Valkyrie. This is a daughter of Brannick Viking, who was a son of Viper Delaubrey out of a Randall Z mare. 12-year-old. So Douglas bowling on down to that oxer and getting a little deep, touches it off. Douglas is an equine dentist, lives in the West Rand. This is a mare he produced himself. She's very hot and sensitive. He does a good job with her. She has good technique, very willing, brave. And he's a relatively new partnership at this level of 1.35 m. And now settling into the round. He'll probably accept that he still gets a little anxious. But as he builds mileage, that will fade away, and he'll deliver more and more of the kind of riding you saw in the second half of that course. Now, many people's favorite is this young lady, Helen Kritikos. Wonderful young rider. She's on For Cabell. This is a daughter of For Joy, out of a mare called by Brandenburg Clinton, who would have been a craftsman. She's small, fit, slim, amazingly focused, wonderful feeling. I think she can ride just about anything, and of course now you heard and saw that pole go down. She's on 4 penalties, but she has a little chestnut Callahoo that she's very successful with in the 150s. Don't let this kind of form mislead you. This is a wonderful rider, and I'll say it again, can ride just about anything and makes it look like she's doing very little. Really someone aspirational. So, 12 penalties. Professional Charlie Ann Crockart, again, the Zimbabwean rider. She's on Comel van der Duivel Hoover. This is by the actual stallion Comel Fo, celebrated European champion out of a Vigo d'Arsui mare. This is a 7-year-old mare. Big cantering Scopy. So on 4 penalties as we get to the second half of the track. Now 8. Eight penalties in total for number 42, Charlie Ann Crockart. Jane Hahn, Linden time. You don't see too many Lindenbergs anymore. He was a while back, and this is a 14-year-old gelding by Lindenberg out of the mare Gay Time. Six penalties for number 43, Linden Time. Stacey Lee Weston not here, so we go to Callagher for Tasker, Shanley Rain Marshall. For Tasker is a 13-year-old by For Joy out of a Kidams Reuben mare. So that, in horseman's lingo, is a lot of blood, the Kidams Reuben. This is probably a slightly unconventional horse, hot, sensitive, not everyone's cup of tea. Shanley does a super job with For Tasker. She's a light little mare. In the For Joy manner, she can jump with her head up, but that doesn't inhibit her ability. It's the Equi-Cover vertical. Many of the sponsors represented with attractive jump equipment painted in their colors or painted with their logo. Some lovely equipment here. Shanley, the mother of a proud young son with Simon Harvey. So if she didn't always have her full attention on the job, it would be understandable. She got a glorious little baby boy, but all mothers and fathers in the world know how challenging that can be and how distracting. And finishing very nicely, but 8 penalties. Now Lorette Knowles-Taylor, and she brings in number 46, Oxford Cobain. Cobain is a Conjuelo. This was bred in Namibia out of a Glucks Cup mare. This is a 10-year-old stallion. And not a big horse, but I think Lorette very fond of him. The horse owned by Brett Latimer. Well, number 1 doing its dastardly job again. It's fallen multiple times during this competition, as it did in the Pony Rider class too. And finishing so nicely after touching number 1. So just the 4 penalties. "12 clears, only 28% of the class going clear," and I thought he'd underpitched the difficulty. Looks like he had it spot on. Number 47 is Nicholas Riley, again, on Rivendell Limitless. This was bred at the Rivendell Stud in the Western Cape, and this is an 11-year-old gelding by Lissabon out of a Choco Blue mare. And the Choco Blue can bring lots and lots of blood. Not a big stud, Rivendell, but they've done very well. Four penalties for the stylish Rivendell Limitless. Hot and sensitive, in great hands there. Sunny Park Stables, Chandecoeur, Marlene Grief, number 48. And this is bred in Namibia by the stallion Delacour, 14-year-old. Delacour was sent from Capital Stud to Zer Ice out of a Conti mare. And you see their Conti with the name WS behind it, stands for Wolfgang Speth, the vet, passionate breeder, talented vet, who's bred so many good horses at his Zer Ice stud just outside of Windhoek. Marlene Grief is Nicholas Riley's pupil customer, and she produces a clear round. From Sunny Park Stables, Chandecoeur, the Delacour out of a Conti mare, 14-year-old gelding. It's quite a Number 49 is a very popular rider amongst her fellow riders. It's Winks Colette Callagher Joe Cool. Now, so interesting. This was acquired from the Callagher stud by Tamara recently. It's an 8-year-old stallion, and Joe Cool is by Coleman out of an actual Kidam de Revel mare, so bred in the purple. Tamara, a very competent rider, cool, and she comes from the Western Cape, now based here in Johannesburg. This horse suits her down to the ground. It gives her a chance to show off her ability, and she brings out the best in it. This game is so much a game of lids for pots, meaning that one horse can be a champion with one rider and not a success with another, and vice versa. And she really has put it all together with him. He's deliberate, and she can ride like that. She had a grey a couple of years back, and the similarities between the way that grey went and this one are very clear. Super, clear round. Now, number 50, 334 Callagher Laraboo, Ashley Taylor, for the 334 stud, bred at Callagher, and Ashley, the daughter of Barry Taylor and Lorette Taylor, so her pedigree for show jumping is impeccable. Little touch there. Let's hope that sharpens Laraboo up. Laraboo is a Larison out of a Baloo mare, so beautifully bred. And those of you that don't know or operate with Ashley, she's the consummate lady, quiet, polite, friendly, charming, humble, absolutely delightful. In fact, can I say that no one can believe that she comes from Barry and Lorette. That was a clumsy stab at humor, but she's a delightful girl and a real talent. Now on 4 penalties. We're going to be seeing more of them in the future. Talented, super. Now we go to number 51, My Hercules. My Hercules is an 18-year-old gelding. It's by Always One out of a Rivaldor mare. It's great credit to breeders when you see an 18-year-old who's done a lot of competing going soundly in the ring. And it's so important to breed sound horses. They take so long to produce that by the time you produce them, you don't want them retiring to injury. And there are definitely some areas that breed soft horses, some studs that breed soft horses. Nicole's had a long partnership with My Hercules and a lot of joy from him. This would be Linda Raby breeding. Linda Raby, a passionate breeder, was one of the early ones to get going with warm blood or sport horse breeding. Super, clear round. So the clear round list getting longer again. And we go on to Lauren Pretorius. She's married to a son of Henning Pretorius, the celebrated breeder. She's based here in the west of Johannesburg, near Hartbeespoort Dam. She has her own smart setup. And here she is on her 11-year-old gelding by Capital Colnado, out of a Belmondo mare. And this takes a power of riding. It's got wonderful, Kashmir has wonderful technique, wonderful application, but he's very hot and sensitive. So he takes delicate riding. He's very expressive. The Colnados are brave and kind and willing. This one just happens to have a turbocharged V8 under his bonnet, and he's not a horse that wants the rider to jump on the accelerator too hard, which is very difficult when you're jumping these bigger jumps and focusing. But you see him trying his heart out, and Lauren giving me a good ride. Gets too deep then, touches that rail. Now to enjoy this next stallion. It's the Callahoo primary rider, Shayton Hendricks. He's on Callahoo Chupalite. This is an 11-year-old. This is a direct Katoki out of a Kalato mare. He's beautiful to look at and just magnificent in his technique, ability, way of going. So he's a beautiful model of a horse. Fantastic proportions, quality head, and possessed of the ideal jump. Once again, a bascule. He jumps roundly over the fences. Good front technique, opens behind. He goes in a nylon snaffle, so that indicates a very gentle mouth or a sensitive mouth. I think if most riders could give you their designed or their choice ride, he'd be a horse high on that list or possessed of many of the qualities that riders want in a horse. He's quite cheeky on the ground, being a breeding stallion, quite a lot to handle. But in the arena, look at his face, he's all the business. Super, super clear. An 11-year-old, so he's entering his prime. He's fully mature, fully established, and we'll be seeing much more to come. Now we go to Back on Track's Every Cloud TH. This is a 10-year-old gelding, fairly recently imported by Linda Ellerin for Jonathan Clark to ride, by Kevin Zed out of a Mill Reef VDL mare. Sensitive horse, Lots of engine and energy. Jonathan's very good at giving horses a tactful ride. The horse going a little pelham. And it definitely takes a while for a horse to acclimatize to South Africa. And this horse is looking well, and looking like he's fully acclimatized now. Lovely through that double. Horse jumping a super round. To put a solid partnership together with an established high-level horse can be a year before the rider knows the horse and the horse has tuned into the rider. But very nice clear round from Every Cloud. The Back on Track entry. Back on Track, your sponsor of this live streaming. Lady with a lovely name, Ruby Tarantino. She's on number 55, Amor Warande Z. And Amor Warande Z is by the fabled stallion, Air Jordan Z, out of a Treasure Z mare. And this is a 15-year-old stallion. A touch at the last, but a clear round. Super. Ruby Tarantino on good form with Amor Warande Z. Now we go to number 56, Brannick Lord Latano. This is in the saddle, Haley Wyndham Quinn, formerly from the Western Province, now based here in Johannesburg. And Brannick Lord Latano is a 13-year-old by Latano out of a Yokinal de Bourneval mare. And this was blood that Linda Rabi imported. The Brannick stud is her stud prefix. Haley's something of a professional, and her riding shows it. She's very cool, very smooth, focused, and as a rider, as is appropriate for a rider, she's slim and fit. This horse would have what we would call slow in front. In other words, doesn't fold its front arm or bring up its knee that high. But if they've got scope like this, it's not a problem. It's just a style with which a horse jumps. And Haley will be completely tuned into the horse's style and capabilities and giving him ideal support. Just in a snaffle and a cavesson. Oh, a late adjustment. She runs too deep to the last oxer, the BIOGEN oxer, and has it down. And I share with her and thinking, oh, damn. Now we go to Greg Scott. He hit number 1 and retired on his previous ride. Here he's in number 57. Back on Track BBS. This horse owned by Linda Ellerin for the Back on Track brand. It's a 12-year-old by Harmony out of a Concord mare. Harmony's by Harley, who's by Heartbreaker. And Concord is this horse's both Fawn and Nimmador on her dam side. So classic Dutch breeding. She has very difficult rideability, difficult mouth, hot, sensitive, but she is scopy and careful and brave. She's kind mare, but a dose more rideability wouldn't go amiss. Greg prepares her very, very carefully for shows and makes sure he doesn't let her get to the show too fresh, because when she's fresh she just gets stupid. But she does try her heart out in the ring. She's full of application. Be very interesting to see what a mare with this kind of physical ability could produce as a brood mare. You'd want to pick something that calmed her blood down a little bit. 2 fences to go. Gets a good ride there. And you see her take that little leap at the BIOGEN oxer, but clear round it is. So we've got a good bunch of clears. It's an exciting runoff. That's the 18th clear. Now we go to number 58. It's Jenna Gilchrist. You saw her earlier on her other grey Cat Weasel. She just hit number 2. She's on Orlando Van Het Eigenglo. This is a 10-year-old by Gilbert van Dreitershof out of an Echo van het Spielveld man. If you don't know anything about the breeding, nor do I. Imported breeding, and the, not joke, but the fact about imported horses, all the breeders try to breed the best. They're nearly all these days well bred. It's how that combination of blood comes out. And then the circumstances that happen to a horse, illness, injury, the right match for them. Jenna just stopping the horse and settling it. I'm not sure. I think she signified retirement. She's had a busy week at school, so if her horses aren't fully prepared, it's completely understandable. We move down now. Oh, this is number 4. So we're going back in the program. There'll have been a reason why she didn't start in her program order. And this is quite sentimental because Jean bred this mare. It's a 9-year-old, bred this gelding. It's a 9-year-old. It's chestnut. It's by Concoriano, who mostly made plain bays out of a Pablo's Us mare. And Pablo's Us was very successful. The dam of this mare, Jean won with incredibly. She won just about every 145 Grand Prix or championships there was to win. I think she won diamonds with the mother. She just was unbeatable and loved the mare. It's so exciting for her to see, for her to have this progeny of that mare. And it's, I can say it's as good as its mother. It's a young horse, 9-year-old now, so it's entering its maturity. And it'll be interesting to see how far it can go and where it can win. But it is full of application. What to say about Jean? She is hardworking. She is focused. She's a dedicated woman, and her horses want for nothing. I'd be fair to say Jean does not have an off switch. The only person you should feel sorry for is her husband, because this is one very motivated, diligent lady. Super. That's kind of what we expect. Clear round. So lots of clears coming again. Now you're watching Kiera burn. Kiara's on number 59, Aeroplus Callahoo Lindor. What a partner this has been to her. It's progeny of that fantastic stallion Callahoo Lissabon, out of a contender mare, 15-year-old gelding, and one of her biggest wins was a win in the Mini Derby as a very new adult. It was a spectacular win. Kiara had a superb junior career with this horse. Equitation team, equitation championships, and member of all the teams, and then into adults and having the same sort of success. Aeroplus Callahoo Lindor. The horses can fall in on that corner and get a whisker deep, and then a rail goes down. So, number 60 is Air Holidays Callahoo Luther. In the saddle, Sean West, who rides for Carenza Hunter. And you go from one Lisbon to another. I'm not sure how many Open Grand Prix successes Lisbon made, but plenty. And there was a show where I think he had 8 or 9 horses in the 140 class at Derby and 6 in the big Derby. It's incredible for a stallion to achieve what he's achieved. Luther has lots of blood, as you can see. Luther's out of a, Luther is out of a Calando 1 mare. Sean battling a little there with Luther. Some conflict between the two of them. 12 penalties. '61, White Waters, on Clouds of Time. In the saddle, Jessica Comfer. So she's based in, or comes from, Mpumalanga. Her mum bred this horse by a son of Ondel V. Ondel V imported to South Africa by Diane Snodgrass, a canny chooser of horses. And Whitewaters is a stud name. And nobody will argue that Cry Comfort produces very good-looking daughters. Who can ride? And to round out the breeding of this horse, it's by Beach Haven on track out of a Clarinius mare. Clarinius, a lovely Holsteiner that made a few very nice jumpers in the not so distant past. Ondel himself, a very good stallion. His name pops up every now and then by Indoctro. Ah, super. Clear round for Whitewaters on Clouds of Time. In the saddle, Jessica Comfort. Now we go to Ashley Fox. Very pretty young lady from the 334 stud. She's on number 62, Chianti's Touch. And Chianti's Touch is a Chianti van Lowlands out of a Royal Finkenberg mare. I think the names don't get better, they get worse. So, employed by the 334 stud. She's from KwaZulu-Natal. She's based in the Midlands at that stud. And not sure how many times people have explained where wow. Ashley is super cool, smooth, focused, and I think with access to the horses that she's going to be put on and with the help she's going to get from the 334 setup, she's just going to flourish into a better and better rider. Wasn't that nice? By Chianti van Lowlands, Z out of a Royal Finkenberg mare. Now we go to the grey in the arena is number 63. It's Stuart Barker riding I Farmer Callagher Conrada. Stuart and his partner Natalie are business people. They're based at Reinkiesfontein in north of Johannesburg. And this is a Concoriano out of a Cassini mare. And what a combination of genetics this is. And it's Stuart's worked hard to get where he is in the sport. He's tried hard. He's trained by Rainer Korber, very beautifully trained by Rainer Korber, and his graph is just going up. And Rainer said if he had a dozen of horses like this, he could retire. This has got full application. It's a little winner. Stuart will be the first to agree that if you have a rail down like that you've had with the horse, it's your mistake. It's rarely this horse's mistake. He's just glorious. Rainer won with him, and when Stuart's on form, he can win with the horse too. Last to go in this first round is Mia Nordia, a young lady who was from Namibia, her maiden name Hostemka. She's on Rivendell Champagne. This is a 13-year-old mare by Rivendell Saruman out of a Calvaro Z mare. Calvaro Z, out and out Olympic ability. Mia, based in Johannesburg, settled down now, raising a family. And very educated lady, an all-rounder in riding. And you've seen the name Rivendell many times this morning already. So a small boutique stud in the Western Cape that's produced some lovely horses, good bloodlines. If I forgot to say it, Conrado had a pole down. Very presentable round. Just one pole down for Rivendell Champagne.
we're ready to get underway with our jump off. 17 prizes we have in this Troll sponsored 135 championship. Up first we have Ryan Andrews and KP Endorphin standing by Premier Envy. First up, Ryan Andrews, KP Endorphin.
Jump off has begun. 22 horses there are. And the first of them was a very, very glamorous round. From the first round, it was number 1, KP Endorphin, Ryan Andrews. And this is absolutely super. Just to remind you, it's an Eldorado van der Zeshoek out of a Loreno mare.
It's a competitive effort with the final fence down for penalties and the 6 Ryan Andrews and KP Endorphin.
4 penalties in 38.66. So that'll give us an idea of where we're headed. Now we go to Premier Envy, the progeny of Escapade. Very experienced Fiona van Vollensteer, deathly fast against the clock. She misses not much. Super turn back in an angle to the back on track vertical. And that goes down, that orange and white oxa. That gives you an idea of the timing. 4 in 35.30, and that's going to be near the competitive end. Now, a fast lady is Jean Corba, Callagher Picker's boy. They're going 7 strides, 1 to 2. She's on a good one here. Stays galloping to this. That tight turn's going to impact the jump off. She gets it. Gets deep and comes down on the back rail. So it shows you how fast Fiona was. She was roughly 5 seconds quicker than that. Now we go to another speedster. Probably going to be saying that all competition, but here we go with Skynamo Dageraad Blade. No clear rounds in the jump off yet, so clear round will put that rider into the lead. And that's very expensive. So a fall at Blade. Often the riders thinking of the turn or thinking of something else and miss their moment. there isn't a lot of space to get to that first fence in the jump off. Doesn't look like any harm done other than either a bruised rear end or a bruised ego, sometimes both. But no harm done. You go to number 7, Kazarati and Rainer Korber. You've seen Rainer's wife go round a few horses earlier. He's a maestro against the clock. Let's see. The 334 story is that one of Agava Triggle's favorite mares, or maybe favorite mare of all time, was Volca 334. The number comes from, for instance, in Hanoverian breeding, if they've used the name 334 times, then Volca becomes Volca 334. So it's the 334th Volca. But the mare was a rock star of a mare, and Govert decided to name his stud after her. So his stud is called the 334 stud in honor of the amazing Hanoverian mare, World Cup winner that is Volca. Rainer Korber, 334 Kazarati. Slightly wide to that double, he makes sure of it. Beautifully in and out. Straightened up for that vertical. And the first clear. .37.60, so the time beatable, but he made sure to leave the fences up. And we go to yet another speed merchant. It is Zandy Alcock. Smooth 7. Beautiful technique from the horse over jump number 11. Bounce deep to that. He is a super careful horse. He's won a lot of classes at this level. And he's a horse that always canters forward, which helps him to be so quick. Clear it is. Second clear. And when they're on form, you can expect that. 35.36 into the lead, 2 seconds quicker, or just over 2 seconds quicker than Rainer Korber. Rainer previously rode Lansing and trains Andy Alcock. Now we're looking at Equicover Capital Chicane, Shanae Bean. Wow, she just did 6 strides, 1 to 2, so she dropped one. Skids around that corner. She means business. She's wide here to the double, but she can probably afford a stride or 2 extra. Doesn't he go forward, this boy? One last to jump. And touches the last. Clever course design, trappy. The time was there, 35.25. So in the lead, Callagher Lansing, 35.36. The fastest we've seen so far is 35.30 with Fiona van Vollensteer. Son of Hammer. Number 16, Hamlet, Leona van der Merwe. And she gives new meaning to the word smooth. This is good. Moves on again. There's her smooth at its best. Super, we'll wait for the time. And that was good enough for second place. So hot competition we have here as we go to Jan Kleinhans. He's not shy to put his foot in the hook. Ipal Landia van het Linderhof, Jan Kleinhans. I think during the course of this jump off, we're going to see other people go from 6 from 1 to 2. This is competitive. Nice ride there. Big distance to the last. Clear it is. 36.19 into third. And he's got to be pleased with that. 22, Tackentok's legend, Charlie Ann Krakauer, who can be murderously quick. Her young stallion. Well, didn't she make that 6 strides look smooth? It lit him up a bit. But she dropped a stride 1 to 2. Didn't get a forward distance there that she might have preferred. Always looking ahead to the next fence. And it's down.
37.58 to take your time. That's a great effort. The final bit that comes down. 4 penalties for Charlie and
4 penalties in 37.58. So she was in touch, but not a winning round. Carolyn Dupree with number 24, 334 Pearl.
Nicola, I still have Carolyn and Barry before you.
In comes Carolyn Dupree for 334. She's on Pearl.
And so next to go, Carolyn Dupree, 334, Pearl. Oxford Super Deluxe on standby, Keep Army at the gates.
Carolyn wanting to jump clear. She's training this horse with Rainer Korber, and they've simplified everything. They've simplified the bitting, the noseband. She touches that down. The mare has a fussy, delicate mouth, but everything looking smooth and organized and easy as possible. So many of the modern sport horses very delicate in the mouth, complicated in the mouth.
43.01 the time, 4 penalties for Carolyn and 334 Pearl. Next to go.
4 penalties in 43.10. There are 17 prizes in this class. Well, here comes experience. Oxford, Super Deluxe, and Barry Taylor. Barry's nothing if not competitive. He brings decades of mileage to the game. Let's see how that works in his favor. Still think the winner will go from 1 to 2 in 6 strides and do the cuts. Ah, perfect. Just perfectly executed 6. Wasn't that smooth? Yeah, he gets that. Now he sprints. You got to watch this old man. Flying along. He's going to be in touch. Nice turn there. Now he's got to keep rolling. Big ask, and he's clear there. And fascinating sport this, because age is no barrier. Into the lead. 33.65. You might have seen the winner already. That was something. Well done, Barry. Super riding. Brett, I'm sure you're watching. Hope you enjoyed that. That was a thrill. Another speed merchant is Nicholas Riley. It'll depend on the horse's level, of course, and training and readiness. But you know the idiom, it's never over till the fat lady sings. Not that this is a fat lady, but it's never over until this lady sings. She hasn't got her foot flat. She'll be judging exactly the level of the horse. Clear. .40.11. And that's good enough for 6th place at this stage. Good attempt. This was a rather glamorous clear. It's Chanticleer, number 48. In the saddle is Marlene Greef. That's the risk. If you angle that vertical, there's just a risk that the horse sees past the side and nips out. So those very fast rounds that you've seen put pressure on the other riders, and then under the pressure, sometimes little mistakes happen.
Is the taken time, there's 4 penalties on the board, some time to add 8 to the total. Sunny Mark says, Chanticleer.
8 penalties there. Now, Tamara can be quick. This is a new partnership, so she might not be going full speed. But here she comes with Winks Callagher, Joe Cool. This horse could go 6 strides, 1 to 2. She may not. She will in the future. Tamara's still finding her way with the horse, but smooth smooth and forward, and that's efficient in its own way already. Brushes that off, gets a little bit deep. And the logic says they'll be going up the grades very soon. 4 penalties in 44.09. Nicole Bates, the experienced My Hercules. Touching off 2 for 8 penalties. Quick enough. Shayton Hendricks on the Callahoo Stallion Chupalite. There's the beautiful Fluid 6. Shayton rolling him beautifully, moves on. This should be in touch. Nicely in and out of that double. Moves forward again. This is competitive. Beautiful. Into second place. $34.90. So Barry just over a second faster than that. Maybe we've seen the winner. Ruby Tarantino, Amor Warande Z. Clear round. 38.91. That's good enough for 7th place. Now we go to number 57 for Linda Ellerin. Greg Scott on Back on Track, Habibi S. Does the big 6. She's very genuine. Her rideability not her strong suit. Jumpability plenty. Gets a nice good distance to that double. Clears that tricky vertical. Now he's got to come forward to the oxer. Touches the ox on the way up. Clear it is. 37.12, good enough for 6th place. She really is a prize winner, that genuine mare. Here we go with penultimate competitor Whitewater's on clouds of time, Jessica Comfer. Smooth, efficient. And that's disheartening to touch the back of number 1 and 2. So she might have been a little bit under energy, a little bit under pace, and just horse unfolding on the back rails. And we spoke earlier about how the safety cups release so that to minimize falls, but they also don't forgive a lazy toe. Penalties for Whitewater's Clouds on Time. Not a form day for that pair in this jump off. Last to go, Chianti's Touch. She's on number 62. And in fact, Chianti's Touch doesn't have the 334 prefix or suffix. So presuming it's her own horse. Yes. Let's see what she can do. Barry Taylor in his winning time of 33.65. That was a very, very smart win if he wins this. Yeah, of course. Wow, wow. Yes. So, wonderful product, this Traumeal, and they've now increased the efficacy to fit in with horses. And if you've ever treated yourself with Traumeal, you have a very good idea of how good it is. And of course, it's not a drug product. So it's not negative to the human body. There's no downside or negative after effect. And Traumeal providing us with some fantastic jumping here at the aesthetically very pleasing Maple Ridge.
As a result, as follows, the winner of this 135 Draw Meal Championship, Barry Taylor, Oxford Special Deluxe. Second place, Jason Hendricks and Hello Shipper.
So, what a competition. The results, a spectacular win for Barry Taylor and Oxford Super Deluxe. Callagher Chipperlight, the fantastic Kentucky Stallion, in its second. Callagher Lansing in its third. Then we have the Hamlet in its fifth. Ipal Lander van het Lindenhof in its sixth. Back on track Habibi S in its seventh. Kazarati in its eighth. Amor Warande Z. Ninth place going to Sunny Park Stables Kemosabi. 10th, Equicover Capital Chicane Shanae Bean. 11th, Premier Envy Fiona van Vollenstein. 12th, My Hercules Nicole Bates. 13th, number 22, Takentox Legend. 14th, going to KP and Dorfin, was phenomenal. The screen keeps changing, so sorry for losing my place. I've lost where we were. But anyway, you got the main results there. We're back on the... No, we're not. Oh, no, the screen's jumping around. Sorry, I can't read to you the results. There's the information printouts changed. It is opportune to once again thank Traumil. Wonderful product and really worth investigating. And this was a great class. Over 20,000 Rand on prize money on offer from Traumil. Product the equestrian experts know well. A very hot competition. You can see the parade starting, or the victory parade, and Chipperlight on his toes. He's very, very pleased with himself and impressed with himself, as he should be. It was a fantastic jump-off class. Great to have Katoki blood in this country. Latterly, Katoki's semen not good enough. People struggling to get access to him, or if they did put mares in foal in South Africa to Katoki, the mares didn't take. So to have actual live Katoki blood, huge asset. Barry Taylor's daughter filming him for posterity, and a thrilled Barry Taylor. That was as good a jump off as you'll ever see. All Barry's years of mileage working so well for him. And for that little gallop, he pockets 7,000 Rand. So once again, it's a win for Brett Latimer's horse. Oh, Brett there in the... It's super to have Brett at the show. He's a diehard fan, and he's here to witness that. Barry Taylor, Oxford Super Deluxe, Brett Latimer's fantastic import. In its second, the rather beautiful Callagher Chipperlight. It's somehow a little more satisfying when something that beautiful as Chipperlight is performs the way he does. It just sweetens an already good deal. And then you see Zandi Alcock, who knows her Lansink, that progeny of Lissabon, and he's as electric as Chipperlight, I think. So she very wisely stands on the ground for her prize giving so that she doesn't get planted. These horses don't throw the riders off. They're just so reactive. They bounce around and you can wind up falling off. So Zandi, who was an early speedster, third on Lansing, the Callahoo son of Lissabon. Fourth going, I think it was Jan Kleinhans. Ipal Landia van het Lindenhof. And so Leona van der Merwe, she was fourth with the son of Hammer, Hamlet, who they hated as a foal. Let them not forget. And he stands amongst the best, and he's worth a bucket of money to anyone. Fifth going to Jannie Kleinhans, Landia van het Lindenhof. Greg Scott also went down 1-2 on 6 stride. Back on track, BBS for Linda Erin and the back on track brand. Good competition produced by Brett Weber. Ideal facilities produced here by Verity at her Maple Ridge farm in the Cradle of Mankind. And the lovely blankets and sashes to the winners, hallmark of the jumping in competition here.
Some fantastic tools for the consumer, some fantastic gentlemen. Some fantastic tricks for as well.
Congratulations, Coco.
So the victory lap led by Barry Taylor, Shayton Hendricks. Lansing's gone out. Then it goes to Hammer and Leona van der Merwe. Jan Kleinans and the Big Bay that he was very good with, and then Greg Taylor and Habibi S.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan, These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.
It's days.
You ready?
You're in a video that
Okay. Good afternoon from Maple Ridge. You're watching the arena get prepared for the 130 championships. It's the EquiCover 130 championships. And if you're impressed by the tractor going out, that's Harry, the tractor driver, and he's driving top of the range latest Landini tractor, assisting Peter Morrison with getting the going perfect. And what we can tell you for sure is that since Harry's been driving that Landini tractor, his sex life has gone wild. There it is. And look at the latest design of water tanker, light as a feather. It's got its own pump, and it's a quick way of watering your arena efficiently. Keenly priced and very, very useful and versatile. Most impressive products. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to Maple Ridge. We're here in the cradle of humankind at the wonderful farm of Verity Combrink, and we're just about to start the 130 Championship, sponsored by one of the generous sponsors at this show, EquiCover. It's a long class. Brett Weber, your course designer. And first in is Russian Jet, a thoroughbred. And I'm going to ask Jean about a thoroughbred soon, so she must get organized in her brain. I'm with Jean Corber, who had a very nice 135 championship with her Pickers boy. But here we go with the thoroughbred. And Jean, I don't have to introduce thoroughbreds to you. Number one, Russian Jet, Catherine McFarlane.
Hi, Rogie. Thank you so much for having me here on this lovely day at Maple Ridge. Russian Jet is a 16-year-old thoroughbred.
Yes.
And I think she's been a long partner of Catherine's. I think he was out for quite a long time, and it's nice to see him back in the ring competing again.
And we can read his pedigree right there.
He's by Jetmaster out of a Rainbow Dream mare.
There you go.
It's nice to still see some thoroughbreds in the ring.
It is so nice, and he was a good horse, and he did good for her. She's very happy to have him back. Jean, this Highveld autumn weather is ideal. It's cool, it's green, it's dust-free, it's just ideal. Tiffany Dewar arriving with our running orders, so now we feel a bit better informed, so thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, the weather's actually been fantastic. Yesterday we had a bit of rain, but we could still ride, and the going is absolutely amazing. So just 4 penalties there for Catherine and her lovely thoroughbred Russian Jet.
So we go to Michaela Corsten, and she's on Martin Collins Cassius Clay. This is a horse they bred themselves, and in fact, normally it's the horses that foal down. This time it's Michaela foaled down a beautiful baby boy, of which she's very proud. This is an 11-year-old, and this is a Cardento out of Eudoki's mare. And I'm sure you'll agree with me saying it is so useful.
Oh, this is a lovely horse. He's such a competitor. And I think Michaela, her father bred him for her. So it's a homebred, which is always a lovely story to have. And it's nice to see Michaela back in the ring.
Very nice. It's light, it's athletic, elastic. It is super.
And even though he's quite small in size, I think his big personality makes up for it. I think he's quite a cheeky character.
And a big stride.
Yeah, very. And I actually saw she's posted on social media the other day that she's got a young 4-year-old out of Lady Gaga.
Oh, wow.
That's very similar. She said it's very similar to Lady Gaga. So I'm looking forward to seeing that come into the ring with her.
And Lady Gaga was a proper Grand Prix horse. Proper. This is looking super. First clear round for number 2. Michaela Corsten. Thank you. I changed the switch. Tell her thank you.
Next to number 3, Caitlin White. She owns and rides Callow, Casalona. Standing by Tallulah D and the gate 6, Kanua.
This is number 3, Caitlin Pike and Callahoo Casalona. This is a Casperon.
Correct. It's an 11-year-old out of a Landor S mare. Lovely horse.
So the mother of this horse is a mare called Loney. I think they own the sibling as well, the bay that Brendan McNiven used to ride. Same mother.
And that was a Concoriano. Well, that is a Concoriano.
That's a
Yeah.
Concoriano, yeah.
Got it. The 2 leading studs up till now have been Callahoo and Capital, and they're going to be joined very soon. Good timing. They're by 334. Are about to have their first auctions soon, and it can only add to the depth of the sport.
Yes, Rogues, it's very exciting. We have, I think 334 has got a lot of very exciting horses on their auction coming, and Govett's been breeding lots. So
Right.
I think it's going to be a very exciting auction at the end of the year, and in the beautiful Midlands. We were there the other day at Waterwoods. What a unbelievable facility.
Yes.
And Govett's really doing a lot for the sport, I can tell you that, sure. Oh, what a beautiful round. Just a pity about the one down there at the back on track Oxa.
Now, number 4, Tallulah D, Alison Koch. And Tallulah D is a stallion you know well, Tulano, out
Yes,
of an
yeah.
Ubergabe mare.
So this mare was bred by the Neils, by Delman, and I think that's what the D stands for at the end of her name. And a lovely mare. I myself also have a Tulano. Tulano was imported by the Neils and rode by Sean and Lara in the bigger classes. A lovely, lovely stallion. And this mare was produced by Lara up to the 130 level, I think. And then Ali purchased her a few years ago. And I think she's giving Ali fantastic mileage in the open classes.
While we watch this go round, I'm going to share something with you, Jean, and please excuse me if I've shared it with you before, but I think it bears repetition. We went in the old days to the Tongaat Hewlett show, and we stayed in the same place consecutively, and we left the program from one year, And the next year we arrived, we put the two programs together. The number of horses in the first year were 85 open horses, the second year 88. In that year, of the 85 horses, 37 had died, retired, or been sold to juniors. So the attrition rate was in the area of 40% annually for open horses that year. I don't know if it was an unusual year or whether that was an average stat, but this sport certainly requires horses and consumes horses.
Shame. I think that was actually a really lovely round, but unfortunately 3 poles down.
We skip now to number 6, Amanda Moore. And Amanda is riding Rockstar Kalua, a 10-year-old by Canaan, out of Ravishing or a mare by Ravishing. I have a feeling out of Ravishing.
Is that a thoroughbred dam line?
Yes, yes.
Oh, that's a nice combination.
I think so, yeah.
I haven't seen Amanda ride this horse yet. Must be a new ride for her? And I should know, she has lessons with Ray.
She jumped a really good round and then fell off at number 1 in the jump off. So
oh, shame. Good lady.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts in the sport. That's the fence she fell off. No, it was number 1 in the jump off, yeah.
I think Amanda is such a lovely rider.
She is good.
She really has such good feel and nice rhythm and very fast in a jump off.
Interesting for the viewers, I heard that there was something like that distance that Water Trace caught a couple of people in the previous class. There was something like 25 entries for sale, and it's such an indicator of viruses at this time of year. So a percentage of horses that you normally see are not here because they're dealing with the usual autumn viruses that happen.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, the entries actually filled up so quickly, and even I was on a waiting list, and everyone managed to get entries that were on the waiting list. But yeah, like you say, closer to the show, I think there were so many viruses that unfortunately a lot of people had to scratch some of their horses. So a couple of rails there for Amanda, but I'm sure she'll be building a nice partnership with him. So next we have number 7, Mythos 89 with Jenna Eager. Oh, this is a beautiful, beautiful
Isn't it a beautiful horse? By the stallion Cascadello out of a Cento mare. It's a 12-year-old gelding. And Jenna gives it a peach of a ride. She's got on with it and it's looked good.
Very good. Initially imported by Martin Swanepoel.
Now that fence has caused problems. There's quite a short turn, so the horses don't get a long time to see it.
And then they lose a bit of momentum around
Absolutely.
there.
Jumped it big and hard, like he was giving it a good look.
Yeah, I think he is a very, very careful horse, and can look a little bit.
Yes. No, not his day. He's not on form. That's an elimination for the 2 stops. Exactly. So now we go we go now to number 8, Nicholas Syme Riley. She's on Rendaro. He's an 8-year-old by Rondamont out of a Quasimodo mare.
Standing by number 9, Lavina and Laura, activate take intuition. Complete your warm-up 11, Trojan horse.
So this horse was bred by Kay Schofield. Kay's been a long time supporter of Nicola's riding. I think she enjoys breeding her own horses and watching them in the ring. She actually lives in Franschhoek and then comes up for shows to watch her horses.
There are so many components to this game, including needing owners to help with the costs of competition. And you know so well how onerous it is to compete and how expensive. So when you get a sponsor or a backer, it is so gratefully received and appreciated.
That's for sure. Rendara is by Rondemont,
Correct.
out of a Quasimodo mare.
Correct.
And he's an 8-year-old.
Yes.
Nicola is always on many, many horses and just rides so beautifully and just produces one horse after the other perfectly.
As you know, there's never an ounce of fat on Nicola, and it's for very good reason.
I think when she only has about 8 horses to ride at the show, she says it's an easy day.
She gets bored.
Super clear round.
So 2 clears now.
So next to go we have Lara Neal with Lavina FZZ. Oh, Rogues, this is one of my favorite horses. I think Lara actually bred her overseas. It's by Levisto out of a Corner Obelensky mare. I think Lara bought the mother, and the mother ended up being a very big horse. And but she bred this mare from her first, and then sold the Corner Obelensky mare. And Lara's been bringing this mare through the ranks slowly, and I really like this mare. She seems to just find things easy and do everything very nicely. And she looks like a fun horse. Like she looks like she enjoys her job and
Yeah, a lot of blood. Very nice.
yeah, that's probably why I like it. Yeah, and you can actually see now she's starting to throw much better jumps. In the smaller grades, she almost jumped almost a bit just easily.
Okay.
And now you can see she's starting to push a bit more with the slightly bigger jump. So, lovely horse.
Super round, super round.
Let's go away for Laura Neal and Lavina FZZ. Let 2 go through to the jump ball. Three we now have. Looking to make the call. Number 10 is winning the same coach. Owns and rides. My Intuition.
Here's a thoroughbred by Rock of Gibraltar out of a Woodman mare. So this is called My Intuition. Kelly Siobhan Besadenhout. Your first World Cup horse was a little thoroughbred.
Yes, Rogues by 4max. I think he was 15.3 and very slight thoroughbred. And but what an incredible little horse. I think I would do anything to have a horse like him again with the big heart that he had. So yeah, there's not as many, you don't get as many thoroughbreds like we used to, right?
No, you don't. But we used to try harder with them because it's all we had.
It's all we had, yeah.
And then we got dazzled by the very impressive warmbloods that are now being bred in numbers.
Sure, yeah, and like you were saying earlier, there's so many stud farms now with Capital Stud and 334 and Callahoo Stud, and also Kello Parks breeding some really
Yes.
fantastic horses. And I actually saw it when I was at the 334 show 2 weeks ago. There was a Rivervale stallion that
A grey.
Murray Pote, was riding. It was really
Impressive.
lovely. Very nice horse as well. So Rivervale's also got some very nice horses.
They will have.
Let's go number 11. It's Felicity Theunissen. She owns and rides. FXN CSH Trojan horse.
So this is a 10-year-old. Interesting, it's by Yuppie.
Oh, wow.
And Yuppie was a paint horse imported here to Maple Ridge by Verity and Taranan.
Yes, Taryn
and-
used to compete him in the open classes.
And then this is out of a Western Wintermere. And it's like its rider. It's got long legs. And it's feisty, and she really enjoys it. And everybody has a soft spot for a paint horse. Everybody.
For sure. So Celeste works at Zambezi Equestrian Centre with Elaine Pastana in Pretoria.
Okay.
She's a coach there for lots of kids. And I think this is the first time that she's jumping in the open grades with this lovely horse that she's produced herself.
Wonderful. It's so exciting. Exciting for her, exciting to see. In the earlier class, the 135 championships, there were a couple of bogey fences, and number one was one of them. I think that 2 strides in that treble is going to cause trouble, the water tray. Let's see.
Yeah, I think the triple combination, even though it's an easy one being 2 strides, it does make the horses get a little bit flat. And then they can, and it's going towards the gate. And then they just flatten going out.
So a couple of fences down, but she won't be unhappy. It's exciting for her to be at this grade. And as she adjusts to it and gets more confident and relaxed,
Yeah.
it'll go better and better.
And he definitely looks like he's loving it and tanking her to the jumps, which is always a nice feeling. Next we have number 12, Foresight Gentilly with Janine van Wyk. That's the other stud farm, Foresight stud.
Absolutely.
Grant has bred some magnificent horses and also produces them beautifully.
He does. He's got a fantastic team around him too. So this is a Casper.
I haven't actually seen many Caspers. That was his lovely grey
These-
stallion
yeah,
that
these
he
would
that
be
he
the-
lost, unfortunately.
These would be the, I think the oldest crop would be around this age.
And does he name them to the dam sire, or the dam? Because this is a
Jay.
yeah.
I don't know the horse, and I presume that is its name, Yantilly or Jantilly.
Yeah. We'll have to ask.
Yes.
We'll have to ask Grant. Looks like a lovely mare.
Doesn't it just?
Super.
Very, very nice.
Beautiful clear round. I'm
And
sure
that's
Janine will
worth
be very happy with that.
Coming all the way from Swaziland
Yes.
for.
Next we have number 13, Julia Bold with ENB Hospitality EC Nigeria Rebel. She is a 10-year-old by Glenvara Rebel out of a Chief Warden mare. Chief Warden's also thoroughbred, right?
Absolutely.
And Glenvara Rebel was the Irish stallion.
Yes.
Oh, just threw a shoe that went flying.
It's right here. It's
It's
safe.
right
It's
here.
behind this wing, and we hope to point it to someone.
Oh, shame. Maybe that's
Yeah, it's been spotted. The arena party spotted
on it. But maybe that's why she had the stop there. Maybe the horse is feeling uncomfortable without his shoe.
Absolutely. Or insecure, or
So giving a little rub at that sea element of the treble, but it stays up. Oh,
Okay.
shame. Actually, a really lovely round. Just the unfortunate stop and then the fall at the last.
So 18 penalties. But it's an interesting division, 130, because you're with newbies, you're with new young horses or new young riders and some experienced ones. So it's a mixed field. I often think it would be valid to divide it into two, sort of
Yeah.
new 130s and old 130s.
Like slightly
in some way. Yeah.
easier tracks for young
Welcoming
130s.
yeah, exactly.
So it looks like we don't have Nicole Brits or Belinda Martins. So we're going to go with number 16, Amy Hay, and Takentox Bellamy. This is a lovely imported mare, 8-year-old by Blockbuster, out of a Baloo Duray mare. I haven't heard of Blockbuster before.
No, not at all. There's so many stallions, but the Baloo will always give blood and quality and ability.
And Amy is such a lovely rider. She's got a lovely string of horses.
That looked good.
Yeah, I've watched this mare before. She's really lovely. Competitive and an exciting horse for the future.
That looked very good. Amy's from Zim. So once again, people make a huge sacrifice to compete. They have to relocate, lots of... it's very onerous competing. And ultimately, if South Africa wants to be on the world stage, at some stage, it's going to have to try and go to the Northern Hemisphere to compete. Set up a base. I think it's in the back of Govert Triggle's mind.
Definitely. But also, again, a huge sacrifice. It's easier to get horses overseas now than it was previously, but it's still a very costly exercise, and also have to sacrifice quite a lot. It's hard when you have your families and that and businesses, but yeah, what a lovely clear round for Amy. And I think Amy's also at Charlie's. There's a big Zim group there that out of Charlie's yard.
Yes.
She houses them
Yes.
and takes them to all the shows. Here we've got Caitlin Pike again with number 17, Callahoo Contador. So here's the horse that we were talking about earlier.
Concariana out of the Landor S mare.
Yes, so same mother as her other horse, different father. This horse was produced by Brendan and now piloted by...
Typical
by Caitlin.
Concariana, bay. Oh,
And a beautiful jump.
yeah, beautiful. Nothing to add to
I
that.
think the Concarianas all have such perfect techniques, hey?
Yeah. There are 74
Sure.
starters in this class. We're about a quarter of the way through. 5 clears. The jump off of your 135 championship, Jean, was a hot jump off.
Very, hey, it was very fast.
Barry showing his experience.
Yes.
He was.
Oh, and so nice for him.
Ah,
And such a lovely horse. He adores that horse. And a nice win for him. But yeah, it was a very fast jump off. I thought, oh, I'll give it a go, but sort of take it a little bit easier. I was very slow.
there was no taking it easy, was
No,
there?
sure. Looks like he's getting a little bit strong.
She's putting together a very nice
Good.
partnership.
Very
4 penalties.
nice. Just unfortunately in the middle of the treble having that one soft rail, but yeah, really good round.
I see none of James Kane Berman's horses are here, so one presumes something's on the go. Maybe they've got viruses on the farm, or he's normally a diehard.
Yes, yeah, it always, and he's a proper competitor at the shows as well.
Yes.
Next we have number 19, Taryn Ann Combrink and Conal VTS. This is Verity's daughter, so the owner of the show venue. So Taryn's very comfortable in this arena, I'm sure.
Yes, she's now stopped foaling down, and she's back in the arena. So nice to see. By capital contact, out of a Sebastian mare.
Yeah, I think Taryn also really enjoys breeding, her and Verity, breeding some of their own horses. They've got a lot of space here, which is nice. They can keep them here in big paddocks and fields.
While Taryn Ann was pregnant, she had Paul Hart on her horses producing them, so that kept them developing while she was incapacitated. And very good call, because she's back in the ring quite seamlessly.
Yeah, and it takes a while after having kids. I think your muscles are very weak, and it takes a while to just get back into it.
Yes, definitely.
I'm sure she'll be a couple of rails, but I'm sure she'll be happy with that.
The next horse. Okay, so we skip one. We go down to number 21. And obviously, this is a Lavubu. Sunny Park Stables.
21 goes next. Nicholas Sunrise. Dead right. Sunny Park Stables. Dini. Referees on standby. 23 Fantastic at the gate. Complete drawn 25 the card.
This is by Lavubu out of a Vedekant mare.
Yeah, this was Nicola bred herself. The Vedekant mare was a mare that she produced up to the 140s, I think.
Wow.
I forget, Vedaproof. Her name was Vedaproof.
Yeah, I remember it.
And she's actually been giving Nicola some lovely foals. She's bred quite a few from her. And yeah, this is just another very exciting horse for Nicola for the future.
You can see Lavubu clearly in the horse, the horse's neck and front and expression. This is feisty, this horse. And good canter.
Right up Nicola's alley.
Yes.
And Nicola's daughter won the President's Cup this morning, Jamie, with Scooby-Doo.
So good,
And
so
just
good.
riding so beautifully.
A mini pro.
And she also won the 1 meter 20 championships, the junior and adult 1
Oh,
meter
wow.
20 championships on Crispin.
Oh, and the Sam Riley's owe Crispin a lot.
Yeah. He was not happy with having that fence done.
No?
Just the 4 faults, but I'm sure this horse, we're going to still see a lot of him in the future.
Of course, it will cover the sponsor of this 130 championship. Big shout out to them and a thank you for coming on board yet again.
Next we have number 22, Capital Coretta with Lauren Pretorius. This is a Colnado
Correct.
out of a Chin Chin mare.
Okay, so beautifully bred. You'd go out of your way to look for Cornados. He makes kind, useful, rideable horses. But everything positive about Cornado.
Apologies, it's Chin Win on the dam side.
Okay.
This is a lovely mare. I think she's very sensitive and can be quite quirky. But Lauren does a super job with her. I think she's quite new to the 130 level. But she actually had a win, a very good win on the first day here.
Looks so nice. What a lovely canter action and
Yeah.
good hock activity in the canter and expression. Back to what I said, Calnados are nice horses.
They're lovely.
Do you know if Henning banked semen, or you can
I'm
still
sure
get
he
semen?
did. Yeah, I'm sure he did. Little rub at the B element there, but it stayed up.
There you go.
Super. Into the jump off. So how many clears have we got now?
6.
6 clears
6 out
from
of
22.
starters. So it's below, what's that, about a 25%. 25%
Yeah.
clears, about.
Now we have number 23, GCS Max Fantastique NPS, Nariska Prinsloo Hill. Nariska's had an unbelievable show. I think she's probably gotten enough blankets for all her horses so far.
She has had an excellent show. And this is a Valentino Graf Spanik. So imported, taking the Graf Spanik color, the grey. It's fancy bred.
I think she won a class on her earlier in the week as well. Very competitive horse. Although, I think every horse with Nariska is
Yes,
competitive.
Yes.
Nariska has a very successful yard in Middleburg. I think she's got a lot of horses and of her own, but also a lot of clients and a riding school that she has there. So she's also travelled from quite far to be here this week.
And by now she's got a lot of mileage, both overseas and here.
Oh, last pole down, unfortunately. So she won't be in the jump off.
Rail that comes down. That means number 10, 4 penalties for Nariska and a GCS Max Fantastic. Next to go number 25, Chad Hogan. He
I
rides
think we have another scratching at 24. So then next we'll have 25, Chad Hogan and Emerald Al Bacardi.
And this is a Bentley van der Heffink out of a Sandor mare.
Emerald Owl's also got some exciting horses. I was watching Tracy on some nice horses that they're
Right.
producing. She's got a Canaan mare, I think, and yeah, also quite a few very nice horses.
Looks to me a bit like George Cutlass.
It does. And George we have in the arena, so it's definitely not. He's
George,
next.
Okay.
I think it's also because they wear the same helmets.
Okay.
You can actually see this horse is a Sandor. It's got that
The
Sandor
tail.
look, hey?
Yep.
Is Chad from Natal?
I can only presume so. I don't know him at all, but one presumes. So we've watched some fences go. That 334 vertical water tray on the
The
related distance.
treble.
That falls. Coming out of the treble. Couldn't believe how many times number 1 fell in the previous class.
What was number 1? Oh, yes.
Little
The vertical
an
there.
innocuous looking. He's got a very nice jump, this horse. And
Yeah, and he's riding a
this young
beautiful
man,
round.
Chad, doing a good job.
Very nice round. Just just the one pole down, but I'm sure we'll still be seeing lots of Chad. That was a lovely round.
Now, here's a horse called MGH Callao Tabasco. You do the pedigree.
So, Rogues, this is also a Tolano
There you
van
go.
Ruthoff. I've obviously got a soft spot for the Tolanos. And then the dam line was, I know it was the same as that mare that was sold to Bianca. It will come to me in a minute. This is a lovely horse. I remember when we were doing the auction videos, Ray and I thought that this was
Out of an Esprit mare.
Esprit mare, yes.
Yeah.
This
So
horse
that's-
reminded Leodara. I
Okay.
think it's a half brother to Leodara. But when we were doing the auction videos, this horse reminded us, just in the way that he was as a young horse, of Explosion.
Okay.
He was sold on the auction to the Neils. Lara produced him up to the 110, 120s, and then George.
There's the
took
third part of
over
the
the-
treble, catching the rider again.
George is always such a lovely rider.
Good rider, isn't he?
Very good rider, and he loves his horses, which is always nice to see.
Good jump. That's a horse, one for the future, one thinks.
Yeah, he had some good moments, and I'm sure George will be excited about this horse. So we have another scratching, I think at 27. Don't see Lebanon here. So next we have number 28, Afrizan's Callao Conde de Rebel, with Reina Corba. He's riding Rebel for Katja Riccardi. Shame Katja actually had a fall here the first day. She had a bit of a funny ride into the combination, and Rebel decided to still jump. He put 2 strides in and still jumped, and she actually hurt her knee. Her knee
Ooh.
popped out.
Okay.
So now Ray's riding Rebel a little bit for Katja. So Ray hasn't actually ridden Rebel before. But you know him, he just gets on.
Yes,
and-
he does. He's unflappable.
Yeah. This is a Concoriano.
And it's careful.
Yeah, he's very careful and lovely, lovely horse. And quite new to the 130 level.
And on the dam side, a Lissabon mare. I've seen a couple of times that combination at this show. Concoriano Lissabon.
Yes, and then it actually goes back to Paquette.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I know, I remember.
Lansing's motherline, yeah.
Yes.
So a very good motherline, and Craig Rankin actually bought the mum on one of the Callao auctions in full to Concoriano. So we've got the full sister to this one.
Oh, wonderful.
It's at Graham Wynn for some backing.
Okay.
Some,
The famous Graham win.
yeah, and then it will come to us. Very nice round.
Super. Lorlock Havana and Robin Shaw. And this is a Hummer.
Oh wow!
And she
okay.
bought this as a young horse from the and produced it and brought it on. And this is a good rider, this girl. Diligent, smart, and it was exciting to see a rider produce their own horse from the bottom.
And it's nice to see the Hummers coming up the
Yes.
ranks now.
Takes long, doesn't
It
it?
takes very long, and then to see what they like,
Yes.
and then out of a Rival d'Or mare.
So Robin not quite not pleased with the rideability there, so she just regroups. It's a young horse, so I haven't seen it at this level before, So she'll just be bringing it on and focusing on its production.
I think the rideability still looks like
Gonna take time, yeah.
take a bit of
Yeah.
time, but as you said, Robin's a beautiful rider and she will go back and put in the work.
Kaylee Pizarro now with Giselle.
She's a Kazal out of a Kidam de Ravel mare. Very exciting little mare this. She was imported by Govett and initially produced by Leona. And now Kaylee's taken over the reins and it's a very little mare. I think Kaylee was telling me last night that they measured her. She's 15-1 Rogues.
Wow.
That is just over pony.
It's amazing, isn't it?
But she has enough stride for,
She's
I think,
strong
two
mare.
horses. She's a strong
Yeah.
mare. She's got a very big jump, and but a very big stride. So, lovely, lovely mare. And Kaylee's building up a wonderful partnership with her now.
There's a demonstration
yeah.
of the stride
The
and the
stride.
style and elastic, lovely mare. It's kind of, if they're good enough, they're big enough, or if they're big enough, they're good enough. What, you know,
See how easy
Yeah,
she gets
hard,
down
isn't
the 6 there.
and she's powerful.
Very. Oh. Beautiful through the treble. Yo, see how easy she got the 6 there.
Terribly easy.
Unfortunately, a little bit too easy. And then it cost the rail. Beautifully ridden. So just the 4 faults for Kaylee and Giselle. I'm sure she'll be very happy with that. Next we have number 31, Capital Clarabelle, with Dominique Alexander riding for Holly Smith. This is another Colnado.
So good to see the horse used this much.
Out of a My Lord Carthago mare, an 8-year-old mare.
Not a lot of that blood, my Lord Carthago. It's got to be a smart horse.
I think Holly was riding her at one stage, but I think she's quite a big mare, and Holly's quite slight, and Dominique's taken over from Holly just
Makes
to
sense.
produce her again.
Yes.
Dominique always does such a beautiful job. Horses are beautifully schooled.
And there's no doubt in my mind you get girl-friendly horses, and then you get boys' horses.
Yeah.
And this looks to me, at this time, like a boys' horse.
Yeah. That's a big mare, this.
Super.
Super round. Beautiful clear from Dominique and Capital Clarabelle.
The next will be Check Me Z, Charlie Ann Crockart. So another import.
This 9-year-old mare is by Katoki's Cornet out of a Cassini 1 mare.
Again, smartly bred.
Charlie imported a group of horses with a sponsor for her. Very exciting. She says this one is very sharp and very, very tricky. You can see she's wearing one of those hoods. I'm not sure. I've never tried one of those hoods, Rogues. They a compression hood that's supposed to help calm the horse. Charlie actually had a beautiful round yesterday. She was just before me yesterday. And then at the last jump, it was in that corner where this Bene jump was. And the horse didn't quite see where she was going and she fell off. So
Wow,
I think that's
okay.
why she had a bit of a tricky ride with her there. I think this mare is
Yes.
very, very sharp and obviously remembers that.
It's got good technique, and when you get it to the fence, it jumps beautifully. But the getting there looks like it's a story.
Yeah, and you can see Charlie sits a little bit on the lighter side. I think if she sits down, I think
It'll run away.
It runs a
yeah,
bit.
yeah.
good. Well done, Charlie. It was a good schooling round.
So here comes an interesting one. This is Kyla Brimacombe. This is an 11-year-old. She's had this horse a while. It's a Bonaventure A out of a Drosselklang mare.
Oh, wow.
Zonjati is a stud in Namibia, nearish to Windhoek, near where all the other studs are. Small stud, but it's done some very good breeding.
Very good. My special Lamina was also from Zonjati. Yeah.
Okay.
Kyla's produced this horse herself, up the grades. Her horses are always so beautifully turned out.
Yeah,
Always look so smart.
she has a very switched on, very wide awake and delightful groom. So some of the credit belongs to him.
Thank you, both. Yeah, it's amazing how the grooms do take so much pride in their horses.
Yes.
And how they look. And
Because we have restrictions that are connected to our breeding industry for thoroughbreds, there's a lot of semen we're not allowed in. Any semen that tests positive for CEM or CEM, contagious equine metritis, and what's the other one? The other sexually contagious one. Anyway, that Namibia can get in a lot more semen than we can, and it really works in their favor. Oh, wow.
oh,
wow.
shame. What happened?
Hope she's okay. Yeah, no, she's getting herself up
Oh, she's getting up.
on her feet, so with a bit of luck, not too much harm done.
The screen is in my way, so I couldn't see
Yeah,
what happened there.
she didn't get a good distance there.
Oh, shame, and the rest was such a super round. But it looks like she's up and she's okay.
Won't be Domini back just yet because he's just
Yeah,
come
that's
out.
a bit quickly.
Yeah, so it'll be more than likely Fit Sports Lab Struben, Katie Syme. Or this is Jessica Williman, her Namibian horse. I'm not sure who's going first of these two. We'll see.
They're just still fixing
Oh, this is
the
number
jump.
36 just in front of us. That's Katie Syme.
So next row is
Okay, so we're going to have
yes.
Jessica
Before.
Willem first
Yeah.
with on Do No Bait. Another Namibian.
Now in Namibia, they take the horse's name from the letter of the dam's first name. So the B stands for, well, tells the farm that this is out of, the dam's name begins with B.
He is by Quaid,
Quaid, that's right.
out of Miranov Sedusame.
Right.
So thoroughbred on the dam side.
Absolutely.
He's a 9-year-old.
And he's got a lot of ability. He's a little guy. And he's
And blood. You can
very
see the
feisty.
thoroughbred blood
he's
coming
extremely
out.
feisty. And travel. He's got a lot of travel.
I think Jessica is always on a Namibian warm blood. She likes
And she's had
the
some good ones
Namibians,
too.
yeah.
I remember the
Bono.
Bono that she
So
jumped.
the Bono that
Bugsy
she
was
had.
it not Bugsy Malone?
No, but he was Lamina's half brother.
Okay.
They had the same.
Very
mom.
useful horse.
Very. Oh, shame. So just the 4 faults for Jessica Willem and on Do No Bait.
And they were number 53.
So now we've got number 36, Katie Syme, Fit Sports Labs Struben, a 12-year-old thoroughbred gelding by Visionaire out of a model man mare.
Ah, and whenever you see Model Man
They jumpers.
jumping, yeah.
So we've got the 2 sisters in the arena, Katie jumping and Nicola is coming up next.
Yeah, very useful horse and a very useful jump.
Katie trains with Nicola, with her sister at Sunny Park Stables.
And if you listen carefully, you can hear Nicola shouting instructions to her as she goes round the course.
Yes, at least it's not outside assistance.
Yeah, no.
It's inside.
Remember those days.
I think Katie's recently gone up to the 130s. I don't think I've seen her jump in the opens before, so this is really super for her.
Yeah, doing a very nice job.
And Jan, their mom, is sitting up there on her chair, always watching and supporting. Must be very stressful for Jan with her granddaughter and her 2 daughters jumping.
If she dies of a heart attack, it'll be the daughter's fault.
Definitely. I'm sure Katie will be very happy with that round.
Sinestro, and that'll be a Rivendell bred horse.
Yeah, he
Yes.
is by a 6-year-old by a Sheikh out of a Conchetu mare.
What a lovely stamp.
I haven't
Glamorous
seen
horse.
him before.
No.
Sure. Even though he had that back rail, I think he tried to jump too high.
Yeah, he
over
went
that one.
high. Yeah. Those are green errors that they they stop making quite soon, especially when they're this talented.
And it's like you said, you know, you almost need a 130 track for the green babies, and then one for the
Yes,
130
yes.
professional.
Yeah, exactly. Hasn't
Sure.
this got a flashy jump?
This is Scopy.
Mm-hmm.
And a very exciting one for Nicola. Another one.
Yes. She makes them.
Nix, aren't you tired yet?
She bought very expensive batteries.
You can see Nicola's riding with the Equiline air vest. I think when you ride as many horses as she does, I'm sure you're bound
Makes
to have
complete
a
sense.
couple of falls every now and again.
Yes.
What an exciting horse for Nicola. So we're going to break now for an arena rake.
Exactly.
We're halfway through a very exciting class and not actually that many clears. So it looks like the arena rake is completed. So we have number 39, Capital Carina, with Caroline Lear, riding for Phoenix Grey Holdings. And did you say that this mare is by Castigo?
Castigo out of a mare by Alzu Cyclone. Wasn't that a smart jump over that jump?
Very.
And stylish, huh?
Also beautifully turned out. Caroline rides with Ronnie Healy. Sure, it's got a big jump. It's a very steady 6.
Isn't it a nice
That.
horse?
Jumping easily through that tricky treble.
Because this 130 Championships is going to be hotly contested with the clears we've seen already. So all the riders knowing they've got to fight for a clear, and then the fight begins in the jump off.
One more jump to go. Oh dear.
And gosh, has that caused trouble. Now it's interesting. The sun is slightly behind it, and that step laddery thing at the base can spook a horse. It's fascinating. I had it. Dog was here a bit too.
Shame, Caroline was having such a beautiful round, but it did look like the mare was going quite high.
She was.
And unfortunately a dismount at the last jump. So far we have 8 clears.
Now here's a slightly older bred horse. This is by Davenport Ramses out of a Cordoba mare. And Cordoba stood at Arc-en-Ciel.
Okay. That's Tam Rueda's.
Yes, grandmother's stud.
Oh, wow.
Shani is Free State based, commutes up here for quite a few shows, but does a lot of her preparation and work in the Free State.
And she trains with Michelle Hobbs.
Yes.
And she's also got a horse in the big class for tomorrow. This is looking like a super round.
A very careful horse.
Looking at us a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely looked to the outside, didn't it?
Super.
There you go.
Another clear round.
I predict that horses will be stopping at number 10. There'll be 1 or 2 more stops like that. So, we're watching Tasman Rosemary Ma. This is a 10-year-old. This is by Sunny Boy out of a Landjunker mare.
This is a very competitive combination. I think Tasman's won a lot with this mare in the 110 and 120 levels. So I think fairly new in the 130s, but definitely has more than enough ability.
It's hot and keen with engine. I see she elects to ride it without a martingale. Sometimes a martingale can restrict a horse's jump. And when she gets closer, we'll try and identify. There's a small lever action. I'm not sure if it's a hackamore.
It's a pelham.
Is it a pelham?
It looks like a little Tom Thumb pelham, but she's got a fluffy noseband on it.
Okay.
So I think often when some horses are quite sensitive on their faces and the bridles can rub them.
Yes.
So that's probably why she's got like a fluffy noseband.
Oh, I see the pelham. And definitely as careful as a cat.
Very. That's going to be a
Another
fast one
clear.
for the jump
Yes.
off.
So Callao Conair is a Concoriano, of course, owned and ridden by Monique Erasmus. She has a property just south of Johannesburg, and a real horsewoman. And she's involved also with the SPCA and Highveld Horse Care Rescue. So she does, wow.
Lunch is arriving for Rogues and I. It's such a lovely day here at the BIOGEN Maple Ridge Show, and lots of market stalls, so lots of shopping options and some nice food stalls.
This is a Concoriano out of a Concord mare, and that would be where the size and scope comes from.
Yeah, it's a lovely horse, this. I think Monique has previously ridden him in the 140s. I don't know if he was out due to injury or something, and that's why he's in the 130s now. But it's a very nice horses and very hot, actually, for a Concoriano, because normally the Concorianos are not super hot.
Yes.
Oh, shame, just getting a bit too forward through the treble there. Shame, she's just circling there. It looks like he's getting very strong.
Yeah, lots of blood. Yeah, Monique got her hands full there, having to drive on the brakes a little bit.
So next we have number 43, 334, Callao, Stand By Me, with Ashley Taylor.
Should be blood here.
This is for...
Sampras out of a Kidams Reuben mare, should be lots of blood.
So this is out of the same mother as Katinka that rides in the 40s. Kidams Reuben mare called Quinta, which is actually at 334 Sport Horse Stud now. Govitz purchased her from one of the Callao Stud auctions. And Ashley is doing a beautiful production job on this mare for 334 Stud.
Ashley was a top junior. She won the Philip Smith equitation. I think it's the most tears I've ever seen Lorette shed, with pride and joy. It was a very special occasion for Lorette and Barry. And earlier we were saying she's a charming, charming lady of a girl. Humble, delightful, polite. You don't notice her in the warm-up ring. She just gets on with it and does it. Credit to her parents.
Yeah, and she's a beautiful rider. I think she doesn't interfere with the horses, lets them jump and show them off beautifully.
Yeah, exactly.
Can see that Stand By Me is also wearing one of those compression hoods. She's probably a sensitive mare, and
you know, with how tough this game is and how demanding on horses, I think anything that if you get 1% advantage, it's worth the effort.
For sure. Sure, what a beautiful round. This mare is new to this level, and that was a beautifully ridden round. So next we have 44, Gondor Portobello K with Simon Hendry for Daniela Tiart.
And this is a Parco out of a Huron mare. Parco is the son of Darko, and there's sort of a hunter quality about them. They're quite strong, coarse horses, and this would be a very good example of that.
Yes. Simon runs a very successful yard in Kailami. Henry Equestrian. He's got a livery yard and teachers.
And 3 sons.
3 sons, yes.
Yes.
Sure, that must be chaos. Shame also being a victim of that triple combination.
Simon does a good job. You'd want the horse a bit sharper than that.
Yeah.
You feel?
I think that was a lovely ridden. It just looks like he runs through the contact a little bit.
Yes.
And but yeah, Simon's a beautiful jockey.
So the next horse is interesting. It's Jonathan Clark for Lisa Ellerin, back on track, Nero. And this is by Hernandez. Well-bred stallion from Mayhoff, but it's out of the mother of Eldo. So this is a half-brother to Eldo.
And Aldo, as you all know, is the very successful stallion with Ashley Healy. That's won World Cups and, yeah, super
And
horse.
look of Eldo here, I'm sure
Yeah.
you'll agree.
Ashley's also got a young Aldo, also a half-brother. She put a video on Instagram the other day, and it's very exciting for her. It's only 4 years old. So now there's 3 siblings here in this
She
country.
bought it as a foal, as a new foal.
Yeah.
But if you wait too long, they're not affordable. You've got
Yeah.
to buy them
Young,
that young.
as a foal.
And somehow when you're feeding it, you don't
Then
notice
you-
quite so much how much money it costs.
Yes.
This is looking super.
This has got a lovely jump. It's very athletic. Very thoroughbred in type. Modern sport horse. And is he still a stallion?
Oh no, he was gelded.
He was gelded.
He had a problem. I'm not sure if he had a hernia, but I know he had to be castrated.
Okay. Jonathan's probably happy because stallions are,
A pain.
they're a pain. Very nice round. It's going to be a super one for the jump off. Jonathan's always competitive. This is Kaylee Passara and Calaho Lisabel. She's a mare by Lisbon.
Out of an alligator Fontaine mare. Smartly bred.
Kaylee has done an amazing job with the production of this mare. I remember in the beginning stages, this mare used to get her off 2-3 times a day. She can spin and buck like no other. And Kaylee stuck to her training and carried on and persisted and just did the most beautiful job with producing her. And what a jump.
We fall off warm bloods far more than thoroughbreds. Far more often and far harder.
That's for sure. Oh, super.
Oh, that was classy.
Beautifully ridden there. As you know, Rogues, I'm a very big fan of the Lissabons, and but they are sensitive and sharp.
Yes,
But I would have one any day.
I bet you would. Oh, lovely.
Super
Touch at the last bit,
beautiful
clear
round.
round. 4 clear rounds on this page out of 7. So
So now we've got 12 clear rounds then so far.
very good.
So next we have number 47, Diamond Star O Wonder, with Tracy Davids. So would this be from the Diamond Sport or Stud?
Absolutely. And I'll, if you get to it before me, look it up and we'll.
This is by Star Power out of a Secundus mare. I think they did have Secundus brood
Mares
mares.
there, yes.
Yeah. So interesting that the Diamond Sport horses, they didn't breed a lot of horses, but
A
you
lot of good
actually
ones.
see a lot of very good ones.
You do. I think they were diligent with buying top semen, and they collected as good a mare band as they could. This is smart. See? Very smart.
Very, very nice. Tracy's also a very good rider. She was a very good pony rider, junior rider, and also been very successful in the adults.
Is Tramiel vertical down? Yes.
It was the soft rail.
Very.
Very nice round.
Definitely a horse for the future.
Definitely. Be nice to see Tracy up in the bigger classes.
Now, you know who's going next, Callagher Loki. So you talk all about this.
Back on track, Loki Dokes, as she calls him, with Sabrina Barbaglia. So this is Lexington's full brother, out of my very, very special mare Fiorella. And actually he looks a lot like Fiorella.
A lot.
I think Sabrina,
Color, white star.
yeah, similar canter. And I think Sabrina just adores him.
He's a real citizen.
So he was actually an embryo transfer from Fiorella.
Oh.
Yeah. When I purchased her on the auction, then Ian took some embryos from her and put to Lissabon so we could have a full brother to Lexington. Such a lovely horse.
Good technique, huh?
Yeah. Well ridden, because that 6 has been quite tricky, hey?
Yes.
And he's got such a lovely expression.
And Sabrina riding with a rein length that'll please her coach. There it is, clear round.
Super. Nice one for the jump off. I think she'll be competitive.
Strong page. We're already on 5 rounds this page.
Very good. So now we have number 49, Callahoo Foreign Affair with Kyla Brimacombe. Foreign Affair, also from a horse purchased off the Callahoo auction. Kyla's recovered from her fall. Foreign Affair is an 8-year-old gelding by For Joy out of a Concreto mare. Sure, what a lovely jump.
Useful, eh? Bigger and rangier than the other horses that Kyla rides.
Yeah.
Oh, she touched that off.
Oh, shame. Yeah, that treble is tricky.
If you think that all three horses, Loki, your horse and this horse, there's similar jump. You can
Similar,
see,
yeah, you can
yes,
see the
Fiorella's
relations.
jump,
Yeah.
And
Obviously,
colour.
Fiorella being a For Joy as well.
Yeah.
But that's a very, very nice horse for Kyla. I think that must be exciting for her for the future. He looks like he's got plenty scope. Now we have Gregory Scott and Camaro.
He was imported by Rebecca Oppenheimer a couple of years back and taken to Cape Town, where she slowly and quietly produced him. He's by Casino. He's out of a Granus mare. And he's unbelievably elastic and electric. So for a big, coarsish grey horse, you don't imagine he's going to be as light on his feet and quick and good. He's really good.
He is lovely. He is scopy. He's careful. And like you say, he's got blood.
Loads of it. Look
Sure,
at that.
Look at that, eh?
All quality. He's green. He didn't jump up the grades in Cape Town, but the solid foundation that he got from Rebecca has meant that Greg could take him very quickly. And Greg cherishes riding him. That's like a demo
I can
there.
imagine. It's so nice for him to have. He's also got a lovely string of horses.
He does.
And also when Greggy's in a jump off, you better watch out. Beautifully ridden, the 6 strides there. Just didn't quite look where he was going over there, but he's got the scope to. Super.
He got a bit out of hand at the end, but clear it is, and that'll do. Dramatist now, Bruce Dewar for Shirley Dewar.
I don't see Bruce Dewar, but now we have 52 Tilu FZ with Lara Neal again. For
Toulon
Delming.
Clarimo, very, very fancy pedigree.
There's also another young one that Lara is producing. A very nice horse. He's got a very big jump.
She brought him in.
She also brought him in. I'm not sure if she bred this one as well with Lavina. I'm not 100% sure, but very nice. It's a big horse.
Huge for her.
But I think she likes the bigger
Yeah.
horses. Dundee, her top horse, is also a very big horse.
Yeah,
Lara,
he's a big horse.
she's putting together a nice string of young horses.
And he's got blood, huh? And agile. Very
She
impressive.
rode that well because I think he was going down there on his bicycle a little bit, and she
Very much.
steadied him up.
This is very exciting to watch.
Super. So another clear round for Lara. So she's got two in the jump off. Lara is also always a very competitive one in a jump off.
Now your husband, John.
Yeah, Ray's back, this time on number 54, Elmo van den Hoek Z.
Tell us all about him.
Rochelle Klook. Rochelle is a very busy lady. She's got Motherkind, a business that takes up a lot of her time, so she's not getting to ride much. And so Ray's just getting Elmo back into the ring for her when she eventually comes back later in the year. This is a lovely, lovely Scopy horse.
Good canter.
Very good. He's a very big horse, but he's got a lot of blood and a lot of care, but still has quite a few green moments. Rochelle imported him, I think, about a year ago from Michelle van Eck. Well ridden.
Lara Neal's Chestnut by Claude Monet.
Hammer.
Was it called Hammer?
His name was Hammer.
Was Hammer.
The
Forgotten.
one she jumped in the big classes. Yeah, his name
1
was
meter
Hammer.
50 thoroughbred.
Yeah. Big horse.
Very tall,
Yeah.
leggy, elegant, successful horse.
Oh, super. Lovely. Another
Very
clear
good
round
round.
for Ray. So he also has 2 in the jump off.
Rockstar Bourbon. Ashley Taylor for Courtney Davey.
Number 55 will come down shortly. Then we'll look at 56 Chillingham and 57 Tel Aviv.
This is another Bentley Thunder Havoc out of a Windrush mare, Windrush being a thoroughbred.
I see Ashley's trotting down. So we've got Ashley Taylor with Rockstar Bourbon for Courtney Davey. She rides 2 Rockstar horses for this lady. And I wonder if the horse that Amanda was riding that was also Rockstar.
And it was a Bentley.
And it was also out of a thoroughbred mare. She met Courtney the other day or her mum, and she bred the horses. I think they were into eventing, and she bred these horses for her daughter to do eventing with. Ashley started riding this horse in that team event against the young riders team event. And then she's carried on riding them. Ashley's done a very good job with this horse.
That was nice. Maybe some
Little growl there.
water tray concern.
Ashley does a super job with him. I think he's a lovely, careful horse, but he looks like a little bit wormy sometimes, and Ashley's doing a super job with him.
Quick then too.
Yeah. Oh,
That hasn't fallen often.
no.
Good round for just
Good
4
round.
penalties. Now Callagher Chinnigan and Gareth Neal for the Callagher Warm Blood Stud.
He's by Chin Chin out of Willingning.
Out of a heartbreaker
The
man.
Indoctro Heartbreaker mare
Yes,
that
a
is,
fantastic mare.
has been such a successful mare for Callagher Stud.
Yes.
So this would be a half brother to Leantos and Licado, who have been top 150 horses.
Really top.
And Gareth's been doing a super job producing Chinnigan up the grades. I think Gareth said to me the one day, I don't think this horse ever really touches a pole. I think he can count on one hand the amount of poles he's hit.
So imported semen used on a mare that stands here. But both parents imported actually.
Yeah.
So Callagher breeds like this with the hopes of making a breeding stallion. Wonderful.
Well ridden there for the short 6 strides. And Chinnigan getting his legs out the way.
Very good job,
Super.
Gareth. Very good
nice,
job.
Gareth. Such a nice horse for Gareth.
Hot runoff we've got coming. Now Callagher Tel Aviv and the stud rider for Callagher, Shayton Hendricks.
This is another Tolano van Aritov.
And this horse owned by Shawnee Gertsch.
Yeah.
Long-time sponsor for Shayton.
For Shayton, and she's also the face behind Biogen, the big sponsor for the show. So thank you, Shawnee, for the very generous sponsorship of the show.
Always.
This was this is a Tolano, as we said, and I think he's out of a Clinton mare.
That would tell about the color.
The color, yeah.
So nice.
Very well ridden there. I think this horse has got a very big step. So that treble was, he made it look easy.
Excellent.
Super.
Excellent.
Very
excellent.
good round. And another one for the jump off. So we're definitely having more clear rounds in the second half of the class. Jessica Willems back with number 58, Diamonds Conway.
By Consuelo, out of a thoroughbred mare by Horse Chestnut. Quite a big, coarse, strong type, rather glamorous. Looks scopy.
I think we've had also so many successful Consuelos in this country.
So many.
And often grey.
As was he.
Sure, very
Perfect.
nicely done.
Jessica's another rider who relocated to Gauteng from KZN for the increased competition. I think KZN's not going to have a problem with the competition soon with the developments down there and all the new arenas. Very exciting.
Super. Very, very nice clear round. Beautifully ridden. Into the jump off.
Now Moon Zappa, Alexandra Wexler Snow. Lovely little horse this that you know well.
Yes, he was imported originally by Philippa Baxter, and she rode him in the 135, 140 classes. And then he went to Rochelle Klook for a while. Also won many, many classes with Rochelle. And then Alex took over the reins, and he's taken her up into the open classes, and Alex just loves him. He's been such a lovely
And
horse.
the viewers will be able to see why.
He just wants to go. He's very hot, and I think he's a little bit tricky with his mouth, and he can chuck his head around. But boy, does he want to jump. Alex also a mother of two. She's got two gorgeous little daughters. And she's also very big into her eventing, Rogues. She does a lot of eventing.
Okay.
And showing. She does showing too.
Wow. And where's she based?
In Kyalami. Oh dear.
Finding maybe a slightly deep distance there. Let's see the next approach.
Sure, and then he did it so nicely. Maybe he had a look at something or
Yeah, a little spook there.
something, yeah.
There's a flag there, you never know. And an easy finish,
Nice
so
finish for them.
nicely recovered. Another Diamonds horse seeing we were talking about them, Diamonds Belmont A.
Next to go at number 60, Nicole Bates, right time, 12 Standing by, 62, Conrimo, and 63, Freedom.
By Belmondo out of a Macareem mare.
Belmondo was that lovely stallion that Linda Robbie had.
Yes. Was Belmondo a Toulon?
Yes, I think you're right. I've seen this horse before. It's lovely. It's little, but it's got a very good jump. And it's careful and it's competitive.
Easy to come a bit forward to that. I've seen a lot of horse riders get the horses slightly deep there.
Sorry, I think I jinxed it because I said it was careful.
That is a commentator's curse.
Oh, good round.
8 penalties.
Yeah, so there's quite a few diamonds horses, eh?
Very much.
Very good. Next we have number 62, Calaho Conremo, with Jody Ambrose for Farnham Stables. This is also a Concoriano.
Out of a Ramiro mare.
The Ryan.
Is it Ryan?
The
Yeah.
mother was Ryan. I think Barry bought Ryan off the Hello auction as a brood mare a couple of years ago. Because Freedom, the horse that he was riding at
remarkable.
that he was riding at the time for Marlene Sinclair was out of Ryan. Freedom is now competing with Catherine Neal. She's having lots of fun on him.
Barry either sold this horse to Jody or got her to buy it, but I think
they're in partnership with the horse because I see
Okay.
it's owned by Farnham Stables and Jody.
got there a bit quick.
Yeah, he just looked like he ran into the treble a little bit. Got
He
a
is
bit fast.
feisty.
Yeah, this actually looks like another hot Concoriano.
It does.
Jody's also relocated from KZN to Kailami or Sun Valley, close to you.
Yeah, very near us. And running her racehorse spelling, producing business from there. And she's very involved in racing and now, I can say, very knowledgeable. And you would describe her mother as probably the best stable manager in South
Yeah.
Africa, or the best horse
100%.
keeper in South Africa,
And
bar none.
Sue's always here by Jody's side,
Yes.
supporting her. Next we have number 63, Freedom, and Hannah Gerber. This is a gelding that Jade Hook imported. And then I think Yanni Kleinans was riding it for a bit and sold it to Hannah.
Right. And it's a Nameless, an import by Nameless,
Okay.
which is the same size as Ben Mayer's Triple X.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, that's one way to get their eyes open, isn't it?
She almost looked like she was about to do the 5.
He was
then.
emphatic, wasn't she? Often you wake a horse up like that and it pays attention. She's jumping a very good round.
Oh, there she did the 5. Oh, unfortunately, the back rail
Such an
going
easy
down
thing when they
there.
unfold early onto the back rail and just touch it off. Good round for just 4 penalties.
The round that goes down to the element of the equity cover combination penalties. Freedom. Next 265.
So it looks like Bruce Dewar is not here. And then
Applicates at 67 Curioso, feature 116.
So now we have number 65, Flymite Eagles Courtly and Courtney Sequeira for owner Belinda Martin. Courtly and Courtney. This is from the Eagle stud. So this must be a concerto, I'm guessing.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, not liking the back on track jump.
That turn away from the gate.
Yeah, I think often horses that are a little bit insecure or unsure, they definitely hang back by the gate a
Yes.
bit, and then it can put the rider off their distance.
Yes.
Here we go. Also a victim of the A element of the treble and the C element.
It is by Eagles Concerto out of a Warrior mare.
Okay, so
And
good
Warrior
mix.
was a Wunderbar thoroughbred.
Wonderful, okay.
So going back in the history of South African
Sure.
sport horse breeding.
Just looking a little bit unsure. But good on her for finishing.
Yeah, that's determination, is it not? Now we go to Bellator's Conchaco. Tyler Parmenter Bridger.
I don't see Conchaco and Tyler in the arena. Oh, here she comes in. So we have
Very smartly bred here. Contagus Choco Blue.
sure. So this
very
must be an
smart.
import.
Yes. And you can't imagine this was cheap either.
Tyler's still a young rider. Sure. Very nice jump.
Quite a delicate mouth the horse has. You can see often flicks its head. And
What
a
a
lot of
beautiful
horse.
type, eh?
And lovely.
Super.
Really lovely.
Very nice round. Another one for the jump off.
Mm. Before you look at pedigrees, based on the colour, I guess, the breeding of the next one.
Yes, and you're 100% right. It's a Consuelo.
Yes, out of a Jetador mare. Now, who's Idlewild and who bred this?
I
owned
want
by-
Brioso.
Katie Bennett, written by Kayla Nodir.
I want to say Kayla's got a few horses from a client in Zimbabwe,
Okay.
and I think this is one of them. Very careful, scopy horse.
With a delicate mouth.
Kayla is a unbelievable rider.
Good rider.
Very good rider. Not much phases her. Recently married.
Yes.
Hence the surname. We still call her Gertenbach. Sure.
Stylish, nice horse, huh?
Very nice.
You know, I think you can still get some Consuelo semen. I don't think it's all finished. I hope they banked lots of it. What depth he's added to our South African sport horse breeding ranks, both with sons and daughters, and it'll be going on a long time, I hope.
So I'm on my second mare that's out of a Consuelo mare. My young mare is now also out of a Consuelo mare, and it's good. It's good blood. They're good jumpers. They're careful.
Super
They
clear
are
round.
sharp.
Yeah?
Well done, Kayla. Super round. So we at the end, nearing the end of the class. This is French Diamond HPE with Simon Henry.
They're around 20 clear rounds, and we're on 60 horses, so it's a third of the class-ish.
It's going to be a good jump off.
But I thought there were more, and actually it's not that high a number.
This is by Diamante Simile, out of a Kidam de Revel mare, I think.
That is right. And Simon bought this in as a stallion, but he was never an easy stallion. He's definitely improved since he's been castrated.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier,
Lovely
having
type.
stallions are they're not easy. You
No.
can never hold them with other horses, and they can be tricky in the truck to put together with other horses, and also with their temperaments, it's hard.
Oda rail, yes, it is down.
Yeah, it's the A element.
Yeah.
That one's been falling a lot, eh?
So it has.
Sure, but he's got a lovely canter.
Hasn't he?
Yeah.
And he's definitely got better.
Good round. Now we have number 70, Orange Horse Solana with Olivia Garton. This is such a clever, careful horse. She's also by Consuelo, and she's out of that very good mare that Hannah and Cinzia Pasturis jumped.
The bay mare, yeah.
Cleopatra.
Yes, what a mare.
Cleopatra was bought in by Kate Lepart and competed in the higher classes, and then I think then Cinzia bought her, and then Hannah took her over, and this is a lovely, lovely competitive mare, and I think
Yes, it is.
Livy's also very competitive.
They're a fine pair.
Sure, for a little horse, she made that 6 strides easily.
They're very smart.
I haven't actually seen Hannah ride at the show. I'm not sure if Hannah, Olivia's sister's overseas again.
I agree with you. I haven't noticed her. You normally do.
They also relocated from Natal to Kailami. They live in Bolu.
Yes.
Super round. Another very, very fast one for the jump off. Now we have number 71, Oxford Special Edition.
And above Derev, I'm special to Muse.
Yeah, that's
It's
a pedigree.
pretty royal pedigree, isn't it?
For Brett Latimer, the previous class was won by Barry Taylor with also a horse of Brett Latimer's. So I'm sure Brett is watching his horses from afar. And this is new at this level. And I think Lorette also recently took over the reins from Barry. Barry was riding him last year in the lower levels.
This suits Lorette. It's hot, it's bouncy, isn't it super?
And it's got a big jump. Sure.
It's super, and the bitting looks quite simple.
Oh. Super.
It's got canter. It's typey. A lot of horse, but not too big.
And Lorette had that very special horse, Nabab Derev,
Yes, she
Nabab
did.
Forever. That,
Yes.
so I'm sure she loves this pedigree. Super round.
Very, very
She'll be
nice.
very happy with that. Now we have number 72, Qualita NPS for Nariska Prince Larry Hill for riding the horse for Zoe Goodman. I think this is a horse that Nariska bred
Right.
and then sold, and now it's back with her again. It's by Callisto Diasia out of a Clinton mare.
Aha.
So it's
There's
not
a-
that Clinton mare that she had.
Yes. Yes.
It was a little mare that was unbelievably competitive.
And once again, the Clinton color.
Yeah.
Still clear, despite the touch there at the entry to the treble. You can hear the horse grunting, and it gives it all to its jumping. Thank you.
Another clear round. So clear rounds coming in more and more. And that's also going to be a lekker fast one for the jump off. And I think Nariska wants another blanket. Now we've got number 73, Sifakele Kalaho, I'm Splendid, with Oscar Nkubi. And boy, is this horse splendid. So I'm Special Demuse. Also out of Loney, the Landor East mare that we were talking about earlier.
Wow. Oh, yes, I remember. This was a top price at the Callahare
Yes.
auction. Yeah, I do remember. Lucky Oscar.
Beautiful looking horse. Oh. Sure.
Hasn't it got technique?
Yeah, you can see this horse is clever,
Quality, yeah.
quality, lovely canter, and so much ability. Super, another clear round. And it looks like he was our last
Absolutely.
competitor.
So I'm thinking that's
class?
26 clears. 26 clears.
Yeah, I don't know where Heather is.
SD, 17 Corvette Logan Hook, 18 Carrier, 19 Shades of 20 Voodoo, Conway, 21 Bridge, always regular way, and just as being done. Just as my report to get underway, stand on my knees, because I'm right, right. We do have one here with us, thank you, and the time out for the job is 50 seconds. And this, of course, is the responsible one to the championship.
this very exciting 130 championships, sponsored by Equicover, is Michaela Corsten and Martin Collins Cassius Clay.
And you can't imagine the excitement of competing with a horse that you bred. The thrill, the pleasure, just somehow it enhances everything.
Ooh, you see, that's the naughtiness I was talking
Oh,
about.
they can be cheeky in horses. So she goes, don't spur me that hard.
Yeah, she was kicking, saying, come, let's go. And he was like, no, thanks.
But this turn away from the gate, I think, is going to question the horses a little bit. Their concentration, their focus.
Good shot there.
Neither of us can see the time because it jumps in the way. I'll shine. 50.70.
So a shame, unfortunately, having that little
Well, that's the price.
miscommunication.
Yes, and that's the price of going first. You don't know how much pressure to put. So 9 penalties and 50.70. Brett definitely employing the theme of turns to test the horse's balance, rhythm, control, suppleness, obedience. There's lefts and rights, and after the second or third left and right. So let's watch this maestro go. Rendaro by Rondamont.
Nicholas Riley in the saddle.
Nicholas Syme, ice in her veins, Riley, that one. See that second time a problem at number 2? Number 2 is a challenge. It's quite imposing off the turn.
Tight inside turn. Real vertical. A little bit of a gallop.
The turn balances to the double. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 strides to the last fence she does. So she's on 4 penalties. That's 0.18 is closer to the time that's going to happen.
Yeah. Next we have Laura Neal and Lavina FZZ.
And on a green horse like this, you don't expect rocket times.
Well, Laura in the saddle, I think she's going to give it a good go.
I think Gareth will tell you that Laura's still got to find out where her brakes are. He's hoping that she finds her brakes some stage before she stops riding. But he's not optimistic.
And the mare looks ready to go as well.
There's something eating my food down there.
Also hanging a little bit back there by the gate, but Laura giving her a good kick.
Super.
This is the experience in Laura coming out.
Absolutely.
Super inside turn.
One of anyone will come inside the 334 water tray.
Super.
37.60. So
Super time.
3 seconds faster.
Yeah, so maybe someone
Well
could
into
come,
the lead.
come inside this 334 vertical.
The experienced horses, someone might.
It might, but it will also break your speed. So it might be far faster to gallop
Well,
around. We'll have to see.
I'm going to bet someone does do it.
Next we have Janine van Beek and Forsyth Gentili. She is ready to put her foot down at the gallop.
She's run round number
Round.
10. Yep.
But galloped
But
round.
fast, yeah.
Little rub. The trommel vertical, but it stays up.
She's quite quick. She's on 33.
9 10 strides to the last.
38.46. 38.46, and that's into second.
So even though she went around, she
Interesting,
wasn't
huh?
that much slower.
No.
Next we have Amy A and Takentog's Bellamy. Amy is also a very fast one for a jump off. She's going inside.
That was a good ride. Quick there.
That was very quick.
Now let's see if she keeps running to this vertical.
That was tight to that vertical.
Sprints
She's
forward. Tiny bit big at that last double.
Yeah.
Her time 36.58. She was
So
faster.
she was faster.
Yeah.
So Laura's time can be beaten.
Yes.
That was such a lovely smooth round. Just a pity.
And now, as the jump off unfolds, everybody will be judging and watching and planning where they can cut or drop or leave or what have you. You said this horse has won a class at the show already,
The first day when there were 100 and something in the class.
so we should watch carefully.
And Lauren's a very fast one in a jump off. And she's riding Captain Corrector. Nice big cat start.
Don't you all just want a horse that canters like that?
Ooh, but off the first.
Worked for her.
Inside. Inside the wing.
Wow. Wow.
Sure.
Okay, pays for it, but that is...
That was a good turn.
Everyone will have seen that done. Bowls on. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus the buck.
Sure.
Ah,
That was
good
a good
performance.
round. 36.16, so that was also faster.
Very fast.
Very fast run, and she probably slowed down slightly after
Yes.
having the rail. So next we have...
There's another man that struggles to find his accelerator.
Yeah.
I mean, his brakes.
And it'll be interesting to see, seeing as doesn't really know this horse, and I don't think Ray particularly likes going slowly in a jump either. No, he's going
Okay.
slow. He's going round.
Well, we're only on 2 or 3 clears, so a double clear inside the time will still... Okay.
Oh dear, you jinxed him. But I think he is also just trying to build Rebel's confidence up a little bit.
Fair enough. Also an attractive type of horse.
Beautiful horse, yeah. He's got like a pink nose. And he's got the same Concoriano when Ray used to ride him. He almost sat like...
Yes,
almost
I
in the back
remember.
seat. Rebel's the same. A good confidence round for Rebel.
Comes now Capital Clarabelle.
Dominic Alexander. I think Dominic will give it a good go. He also likes it.
Clears have we got so far?
We only have one. Only Laura is clear so far.
Wow.
I lie. We have 2.
2, I thought.
Laura and Janine Van Beek.
Okay, he's not...
Oh, he's also going around.
Yeah, Gladney, Footney, Hookney. Also establishing a partnership, building confidence. Well, it was good then.
This is also a younger mare, so he's just building her up. Sure. Beautiful jump. Super.
Very impressive.
Beautiful round. 42.88.
Good
Yeah.
enough. Good enough for third.
Yeah, so there have been a few polls in the jump off now, so I think going clear is going to get you a ticket.
Off she goes.
She's going inside. He's having a little look at the last jump on his way there.
Right.
Good ride there. Oh. So that's still a bogey fence.
Yes, and she needed to leave that step out. So just 3 clears.
So it looks like a few of them have done 9 to the last, but we have seen the 8 strides to the last as well. So 4 faults for Shani in 41.18. So next we have Leonie Secret and Tasman Mayer. She's 4 strokes.
Right, this will be a pace
This
setter.
is going to be a... She's won many classes in the 120s. Off she goes at the gallop.
Truly at the gallop.
Well ridden there. Inside winks. Oh, shame.
Those are the risks we
That's the
have
risk
to
you
take.
take.
Yeah,
If the horse jumped when she asked,
get a 6 or a nix. Now she'll take a little easier. What a nice horse. Useful, so useful.
so actually after that pole she went round the 10-8 of the tall meal jump and was still 38.30.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
still a good round, shame.
I don't think we've seen the winner yet, though.
Beres still hanging on in first place. Next we have Ashley Taylor and the lovely 334 Hello Ho Stand By Me. I'm not sure if Ashley's going to put foot. She is building the mare up. She is taking the inside turn. That's a green mistake.
Absolutely. Because she gave a good ride,
Yeah.
just unfolded early. There's something very smooth and composed about Ashley.
Super run. Ashley seems very happy with that. We have Jonathan Clark and back on track Nero for Linda Hillary. He's also always a
Always a fast
competitive
rider.
one.
Always.
Oh, it's
And,
a lovely horse.
It has a smooth way of going. That's good.
Very. And Jonathan's very smooth.
That was good. Inside.
Beautifully done there.
Okay.
Inside the wings, yeah.
This is competitive.
Let's see if he's going
Moves
going
him on.
around the 334. Super.
Now let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
He could have done the 8
Yeah, he was almost there on the edge.
into the lead. pushes Lara into second. So very Jonathan.
So it's around 37 seconds that's going to win this.
Now we have Sabrina Babaglia with back on track Talaho Loki. Having a little buck in a play. She's gone round. Clears her sponsor's jump. That's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it looks like she's opting to go for the clear.
Yep.
Whoopsie.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, hang on.
She missed.
Hang on.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, back in the saddle she goes.
Well sat.
That'll be 4 penalties.
And good boy Loki for standing still for her to climb back in the saddle.
So she was shooting for a double clear and then had a hiccup at that vertical. It's caused so much trouble during the course of today in the early class too.
Shame.
And then finishes well.
Emily, had a good finish. Next we have Gregory Scott.
This is a green horse, so I'm not
Tomorrow.
convinced he'll go too crazy. I think he'll be wanting to deliver another clear.
But Greggy's always smooth in a jump off.
Fair enough. Nice start. Round he goes.
Right.
Yeah.
Going around. He's fighting the bit a little bit.
And for how big he is, I think he's in a Papancini, so it's quite a gentle.
But yeah. And he has no flash, so it's very soft. The first time I saw Greg riding him, I actually thought it was Clooney.
You wouldn't be the first one to make that mistake. You sort of
Clooney
make
just
an
had more
associate.
skills.
Yes.
Super.
So double clear,
Clear.
and that puts him into 5th place. So he'll be happy with that.
Oh, that's very good, eh?
Yeah.
So Lara's back on to FZ.
So nice to have him back. To have him back.
So currently we've got back on track Nero and Jonathan in first place.
He's one of the greener horses in the
Yeah.
class.
And
So very
Lara,
impressive.
Lara's lying in second with Lavina.
Also not an old mare, a green young mare.
Yeah, and now she's going to give it another go with Tilu. Sure, she's going to try and knock Jonathan off his podium.
It'll be hard to
so
do
she
that.
can be back in the top
Yes.
spot. But I think
Good
this
opener.
horse
Yeah.
is greener than her mare.
Fair enough.
She's going round, so she's going to just go for a double clear with him.
Even if she's not going mad, she's always economical.
Yeah, and she's got a good canter. She's not wasting time.
No?
Super, nice clear round. Going into 5th place.
Very good. What a horse for the future. She's been good with her purchases and clever
And also good at producing horses.
very. She's moving in since I've heard of the knocked over my.
Next we have Raina Korver and Elmo van den Hoek Z for Rochelle Klook.
And what do you think Ryan's going to do?
I think he might give it a little bit of a go, but I don't think it'll be a full go. This is only this horse's second show of the year. Going inside.
Beautiful distance.
Beautiful, smooth.
Mhm.
So for a big horse, this horse is quite sensitive and he gets quite bouncy.
Hmm.
Beautifully done.
This will move into the first 4. Very nice. Nice distance. That was good.
Oh,
Oh no, man!
just cracked a bit
Jump, yeah,
behind.
and the horse jumped a whisker forward. Literally fast.
Easy. H strides to the
Good enough
last.
for 8th place.
Sure. Got second,
Yes.
but unfortunately having a cut tail. Putting him into 8th place at this stage. Next we have Gareth Neal and Callagho Chinnigan. Callagho warm blood stud.
I think he wants to come and live with me this time. Oh yeah, well spotted.
Gareth galloping around.
That's what I mean. You get the green young horses that everyone's developing, and then you get the odd speed merchant, but such a range, it's like 30, more than anywhere.
We've had quite a few unlucky rails in the jump off, so clear round sort of two
Yes.
in the top spots. Steady 9 to the last and into 4th.
Wow. Very good performance. New young talent there. Into 4th. Callagho Chinnigan. So good.
So Jonathan and Back on Track Nero is still leading at the moment with Lavina and Lara in 2nd and Janine van Wyk and Jean Pilly in 3rd. And now Gareth and Chinnigan in 4th.
Also in the category of a new young talent, this horse. So it'll be interesting to see what Shaden elects to do with the horse. Does that inside turn, but he does it smoothly. Oh, that was a nice ride.
That was a very
a
good
class
ride.
And then gets
Inside.
that. Oh, this is good.
Super. Going inside there to the Trollmill vertical.
So much
The horse is very careful.
the feeling that the horse gives the rider, what's available to the rider. These are all good riders, these are all good horses, but it's the stage in their life that, yeah,
Into the lead with 35.28. What a time.
most impressive.
Super.
That was impressive.
Now we've got Diamonds Conway and Jessica Willem.
So this is the Consuelo.
Yes, and she looks like she's just going for a double clear.
Nicely done. No one doing turn inside the water
Not
track.
yet.
I've obviously too much of a risk. This has jumped well, basically, this double. Hasn't given too many problems. Oh, very good.
Good round.
Double to 8th.
Into 8th place for
Really worthwhile. Doesn't Yes.
So currently our leader is Shayton Hendricks and Calaho Tel Aviv with four
To go.
horses to go. So next we have Tyler and Bellator's Conchaco.
See that we get early warning that you're coming because the tail goes crazy. They're irresistible when their hearts are like that. It's irresistible.
She's going round.
Targus Choco Blue Rhino. Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what John said. Me type.
This is a lovely round. Super beautiful double clear into 10th spot. Time of 47.34.
The horse Lorette was on so nice. Yes. Yes, exactly.
So next we have Kayla Nodia and Idlewind Curioso. Idlewind, we were told, is Elizabeth Driver that bred this horse. Ooh, it's looking a bit sticky.
Easy to get slow to that oxide. It's quite a question, that black and white oxide.
Question, yeah.
Yeah. Takes a lot of focus. There's still one or two to come in this.
Yeah, we've still got a few fast ones coming up with Olivia Garton, Nariska, and also Oscar.
Yes.
Shame, yeah, Kayla gave the horse a good ride. He just had a good look at that back on track boxer. So now we have got a fast one, Orange Horse Solana with Olivia. Let's see if she can get a better time. I think this day loves to go fast.
Starts with a good canter. Man.
Inside there. Oh, she's had it down.
That's really unlucky. Really unlucky moment. Because this was one of the big dangers in this class.
Yeah. She was fast, 6.41. So Shayton still breathes.
Here comes something very special.
horns because this horse is new to this level. But you never know. Maybe Laurie's feeling
Lorette may have a similar difficulty in finding her handbrake that Lara has.
she's coming off the left, ran into number one.
No, she's being
She's going inside. Sure, how was that job? But around the wings.
this is good. First person inside the water
Inside,
tray.
yeah.
Might not have been quicker because she went
She
further
went
on.
a little bit out.
Let's see.
8,
2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9.
Nicely judged.
We
all of
saw
that.
someone do 8 to the
And
last.
that's good enough for fifth.
Good enough for fifth place. Very good.
Now, what's Nariska going to do to people?
I think if Nariska's clear,
If the horse holds it together mentally, the excitement and pressure, I'm not sure Oscar's ride is experienced enough and handy enough. Oh, here she goes, here she goes. She means business.
inside,
Yes.
cleared the bogey fence. See if she comes inside to this.
She's really moving on.
Galloping around.
Good ride in, good out.
And
9 to the last. And that's done it.
that's
Into the lead.
32.93
Into the lead. Way the fastest of the day.
by 3 seconds.
Fantastic.
Yo, she had 3 seconds to spare there, right?
Very good. Very good.
I told you she wanted another blanket.
Well, she's making sure.
Yeah. Now we have Oscar and Kelce Callagher Splendid. Unfortunately, not getting the ride he wanted it back on
No,
track.
no. But such a mark of a good horse that if there's a
Carrying on.
moment the horse focuses, reboots and goes again.
Beautifully through there.
Yep.
Good to finish like that despite having the oxer down. So what an exciting jump off.
No, fantastic. Fantastic class.
Finishing with,
The second to last winning it.
yeah,
First Princer.
Lara was holding on to the lead for a long time. And then Shayton pipping her, and now Riska coming in, flying into the lead.
Excellent. Excellent round. Demon.
52.93. Unbelievable. Shayton Hendricks with Capital Tel Aviv in second. A time of 35.28. And then we've got in third place, back on track Nero, who looked absolutely amazing with Jonathan Clark in a time of 37.05. Fourth place was Lavina FZ with Lara Nil. She hung on to the lead for quite a long time in the class, ending in fourth place. And then in fifth place we had Forsyth. Very exciting Oxford Special Edition.
What is so exciting, John, is the young horses. They're all new. Quality is new. Tel Aviv is new. Back on track Nero is new. I think Lavina, yes, Chantilly, Lavina, FZ, Oxford Special Edition is new. Gilligan's relatively new.
Gareth,
Clarabelle.
Dominique.
You look at the depth of that in a
Very
year or
exciting
two's
young
time.
horses that'll be stepping up into the 135, 140 classes soon.
Really liked Jessica Jane Williams, Diamonds Conway, that.
Very nice
Fitted
horse.
her, scopy, rideable. Wow, Lauren Boris's horse was good.
Very good. Very fast as well.
Elmer van den Zesselk looks like a big future.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the
Rendaro. So where they finished doesn't really reflect how good they were. They had an odd green mistake, like a back rail or a front rail. Or, it was testing.
after was very testing.
Yes.
The orange vertical after that definitely fell quite a few times.
Yes.
And then also the vertical going into the combination. Because you just before the combination they opened them up and then had to balance them again.
Yes. Yes. Out of 65 odd horses, they look like 25 to 30 high quality, big future animals. Some of these animals will wind up back in breeding. So some very nice mares. Very promising. Standard of riding good. Standard of competition high. Really like Tyler Parmenter Bridges horse, Conchaco.
Yes, that's a very, very nice horse.
Wow.
It looks like Special Ed wants a big cuddle and a carrot from the sponsors.
Jonathan Clark's ride has been here since the end of last year. And it's arrived looking on the side of green. It's come to hand wonderfully.
He was in PE with Diane Topcross for
Correct.
his first
Yes,
couple of
yes,
years.
yes.
Because he was also purchased as a foal.
It's a young horse.
As a young
Certainly
horse,
is
okay, like a 2-3 year
Yeah, yeah.
There we have our sponsor Epic Cover handing out the sashes to the top 3 riders.
A lot of good jumping here today at Maple Ridge. A lot of good sport. A lot of depth. And with all that, there's still riders in on ahead at the moment for various reasons. We're missing Hazeling and Cover Trickle.
Yeah, the 334 gang. I think they very happily sitting on the beach in Mozambique.
Yes.
And then obviously all the horses that, like we were saying earlier, with all the viruses, there's quite a few viruses going around.
Definitely. Always a stressful time of year with horses getting the normal autumn viruses.
Yeah, and you just hope it doesn't turn into
The damn
sickness.
we're worried about horse sickness. Yeah. That'll be coming next.
Here's the gentleman And they know our horses so well. They know if the horse is having a off day or a good day.
Yes, they do.
Lovely lap of honor for
Done Nariska.
Nariska.
Dynamic win.
Well done.
Coming near the end of the class. Good riding from Shayton, Jonathan, Lara,
And Janine van Wyk on
Janine.
her wonderful Chantilly
and Lorette.
on Special Ed. I think they call him Eddie for.
Well, special he is. He really is. Marvelous. Quite a day.
And tomorrow we have the big day for the juniors, the President's Cup final for the juniors, and then the 140 championships, and then the President's Cup for the adults later in the day.
And it's the first big one of the year, so it's always special, an indicator of the year to come.
For sure. Hopefully we also have lovely weather like we had today.
Perfect weather. Right temperature. Really good.
Nice picture for Nariska and Quilita with the sponsors, Equip cover.
Jean, thank you so much for coming and helping me out this afternoon. It's always a long day here, so the assistance is invaluable. I think you carried the can for this class. Thank you.
Pleasure, Rogues. It's nice to be here with you and watch all the lovely horses that's coming up.
It's not a hardship to have to do this, is it?
No, I love it. I must say, I love watching the horses.
You do it anyway.
I don't always get time to. This
Yes.
way, you're a lot more focused on every horse and
Absolutely.
every rider. So
Absolutely.
it's nice to watch what's coming up in for this year. They're all
Yes.
starting in the
Yes.
130s now, and they're probably going to end in the 135, 140s later in the year. So it's
Yes.
nice to watch.
Really super. So goodbye to everybody from Maple Ridge, and looking forward to tomorrow for the juniors and the adults, the Mayoral Trophy show. It's President's Trophy.
President's Cup.
Tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow sees the 140 championship.
Ever wondered why Peptan collagen is considered top tier among all the hydrolyzed collagen out there? It's because Peptan sets the global standard for quality, versatility, and performance. BIOGEN Peptan collagen powder packs a powerful 10 grams of Peptan. These collagen peptides are essential for healthy joints, bones, muscles, and skin. They are the building blocks that keep your body strong and ready for anything. By boosting elasticity and the regeneration of your connective tissues, you can stay injury-free and always prepared for your next adventure, whether it's a tough workout or just getting through a busy day. So, while you're out there taking care of the world, don't forget to take care of yourself with BIOGEN Peptan Collagen.